Welcome to the Town Hall 15 Monthly Finals. I'm Carbon Fit, joined here with Shock to bring you the next two teams getting a golden ticket. Shock, how are you doing?
I am excited. I have some friends participating in this tournament, and I can't wait to see what they've got to show us today.
Yes, it's going to be a lot of fun, but all of you at home, there's some things in it for you as well. There's some rewards. What do we got here, Shock?
Well, after certain matches today, you can see that match 8, 10, 12, 13, and then after the very end, you will have rewards pop up on the screen, and all you've got to do to claim them is scan the QR code on the screen and share it with your friends. And while you're at it, invite them to watch the stream.
Yeah, you do not want to miss these attacks. It's going to be a lot of fun for Town Hall 15. But how are these teams competing and how did they get here? So let's learn a little bit more about the roadmap. They had to compete in some open qualifiers. We already had the July monthly finals where we gave 2 golden tickets away, but now it's the August monthly final. So 2 more teams will get it. There will be another one in September. Then there's going to be a last chance qualifier as well. There has also been a Chinese qualifier that's given away a golden ticket. So much is happening. And this is the second monthly finals that we have here, Shock. But what's the format and how many players are competing in this monthly finals on the given teams?
Well, we are doing 3v3s in esports mode. And for those of you who do not know what esports mode is, they add difficulty to the regular game. 25% more damage are done by the defenses and the enemy heroes. Your attacking heroes do less damage and have less health, and your equipment is nerfed. But the way this tournament is going to work is it's a double elimination tournament, so you're not out unless you've lost twice. And the last 2 teams to be in the tournament that have not won a previous golden ticket will win one this month.
The golden tickets is that golden opportunity that they are fighting for. But there are some golden ticket winners already. Like I mentioned, in July, we gave away 2 of them, which was to Crew X and WompWomp Gaming. That China has also given away a golden ticket to, I believe, is One Star Esports. I mean, these teams are here. They are ready to go. We still have August, which is today. Yes, today is going to be giving away 2 golden tickets. It's not like it's broken up into multiple days. It's all happening here. And then there will be another set of gold tickets given away in September. And then the last chance qualifier, the final opportunity to get that last golden ticket. But they are going to be competing for a big share of a prize pool as well.
That's exactly right. The team that walks away winning the entire month this month will win $2,280, and then you can see the split of the prize pool after that. Second place gets $1,040, then $620. But every team that's made it here today will walk away with some of this prize money, which is pretty cool to win money playing a video game. I'm not going to lie.
Absolutely. It's always nice to be able to earn some money playing something you love to do. But let's take a look at the teams that have made it to this stage of the competition. And if we take a look, we mentioned Crew X was a golden ticket winner last month. They were actually the full-on first place champions last month. They didn't make it to this month here, but WompWomp Gaming is back and they're looking to earn some more of their prize money, Shock. But out of these teams, which ones are you keeping your eye on here?
Well, I've got 2 people that I know playing for 12 Eyes and a Reaper X GBS. So I think that we're going to see some cool attacks from them, as well as hoping to get them deeper into the tournament, because I know that they're the more interesting attacks and just, for me, more fun because I'm personally invested, right? But WompWomp Gaming, we have to keep an eye on them as well because they did take 2nd place last month. So obviously they're going to be a great contender to win the whole thing, especially with Crew X not even making it this month.
Yeah, it's hard. It's not easy to make it, but we did actually have the first round complete. So we actually are going to be jumping into match number 7, which is the first semifinals match. So let's update you on the summary of what went down. So WompWomp Gaming, which we mentioned came in 2nd place last month, they actually lost their very first match 9-8. 12 Eyes with a perfect war in the very first match against them. As we continue to move our way across, we have Reaper X GBS. They won over Team Whatever. So that will be a matchup that you said you're keeping your eyes on those 2 teams while they are facing off in the 2nd round. Then we also have Orangutan. They took down Godsmen, sent them to the lower bracket, and then Dead Division winning another perfect war there. So we had 2 perfect wars in the first round, and then at the very bottom, Godsmen did survive elimination down in the lower bracket, 8-3. They advanced down there, and then WompWomp Gaming, they won on, it looks to be a DQ there, because that match ended up not playing, so team whatever did not participate in that match. So WompWomp Gaming and Godsmen have advanced in the lower bracket. So let's bring you back to the current standings at where the bracket is currently sitting. And the very first match we are going to be jumping in here today is match 7, 12 Eyes versus Reaper X GBS, the one that you did mention. So I'm excited. What makes it so interesting to watch in this one here?
Well, each of these teams have a small up-and-coming YouTuber that play for them that I know a little bit behind the scenes, and there's actually a little bit of a rivalry between these 2 YouTubers. They talk a little bit of friendly trash behind the scenes, and there's a little bit of pride on the line, more so than it normally is, on top of the prize pool and trying to get that golden ticket. So a little bit more on the line for this very first war that we're going to catch, because we're going to find out who the better YouTuber is, essentially, is what they can claim with their bragging rights.
Yes, bragging rights is all on the table. I'm taking a look at some of the stats here. 80% 3-star hit rate for Reaper X GBS over the 75 from 12 Eyes. But our longest win streak is a little bit more than double. 15 wins there, while 7 off for 12 Eyes. But again, you're looking to try to pull through with those triples. We've seen the other competitions with Town Hall 9 and Town Hall 12. A lot of times it could come down to whoever gets the fastest perfect wars. Well, in Town Hall 15, that's not the case. If it's a perfect, then that was a very impressive war. I'm not saying we're not going to see it, but it's going to be harder to pull that off at the Town Hall 15 competition.
You're exactly right. One thing that we should also keep in mind is how close these matches are going to be, probably all of them, because we've already seen the 2 top teams from last month lose a match or not even make it, which means every team is very close in terms of skill this month. But anybody could win any of these matches. So I would imagine every match is going to be very competitive, very fun to watch. So I'm actually pretty excited to see what they've got in store for us.
And just like that, we are starting here. We've got a rocket backpack, and also, for those that are unaware, this is the monthly finals, and we will possibly see the new revenge deck allowed here for these players. Is that right, Shock?
That is correct. So it looks like we're going to be going in with a Root Rider attack first, and he's starting us off with that rocket backpack giant arrow, which does get the clan castle. And so excellent start there. And on top of just getting the clan castle, it also sets a funnel that you can kind of see. So there's an easy path for things to go, and he sends the Royal Champion in to finish off that Town Hall, because at Town Hall 15, it's a defense, so the Royal Champion can target it.
Oh man, I forgot about that. The Town Hall, you can target with the RC. I remember that back in the days. And now Town Hall 18, you can't do that. So as we are seeing now roots coming in from the top side, healers are there. So the Royal Champion tried to help set up the funnel, but at least you don't have to worry about that Town Hall explosion hitting you as well, as he does go with that freeze onto the monolith. But the roots are not going anywhere near the monolith at the moment. Does have a revive and an overgrowth and a skelly. Maybe save a skelly for the monolith to revive the RC. I'm not sure, but he does at least find that tornado trap, continuing to push this way through, and still has the warden ability.
Yeah, you can see the way that these defenses are laid out in the base is built specifically to make defensive targeting things like Root Riders to go around the middle, because there's a gap where defenses are. And so it's worked out really well for Reaper X GBS on his first attack, and it's hard to say exactly how much he's going to be able to get with this attack. We're going to have to wait and see till the end, but they really did just skip the core the entire start of this attack, didn't they?
Yeah, it does go with the overgrowth. Now going to revive the Duke, but we do have a candle on the back side taking that warden and apprentice warden down as he's trying to continue to get the extra value, but this is not going to be a 3-star here. So Reaper X GBS are going to hold a defense. Few extra packets down to the bottom, trying to grab a little bit more buildings, and the Duke will go down. So 87%. But remember, this is only a 3 versus 3, not a 5 versus 5. So every single attack has that much more importance. One fail really can make or break a match.
You're exactly right. And one thing I'm a little interested to see as we go throughout this month is what seasonal defenses these players are going to choose to use on defense and how impactful they'll be, because there are seasonal defenses at these lower town halls now. So I'm interested to see how those impact the defenses as well.
Yeah, and if you are a lower town hall than this, make sure you drop those seasonal defenses if you didn't even check your base layouts. Yeah, you can't upgrade it to max because the max level is available for only Town Hall 18, but all the way from Town Hall 11 on up, you're able to use them. But here we go. We are now going in for Reaper X GBS polarization coming in with some dragons, and does have the Duke as well. Sending the Duke now, and the revenge deck is there. So let's see what the plan of action is to try to take this initial value down. Rocket Loose to sneak in to grab this air defense, and maybe send a few more to snipe it. Remember, if you make this Duke invisible, then the Duke can't do any damage with the revenge deck. So he goes in with the ice block, which is a perfect thing to use so he can keep sniping anything that is attacking him.
Yeah, this combination of the ice block and the revenge deck is very strong if you can get several fast-firing defenses to target it. Oh, and we see an angry spell to encourage the Dragon Duke to go near those defenses, which is something I've never really seen before. So that's a very creative way. You can see one defense that the revenge deck doesn't really handle very well is the K-Catapult, because it does fire slowly. But we do set a fantastic funnel with this opener. You can see there's that little square taken out of the base, so we have a great entry for these dragons to go in and not spread apart and stay together.
And the very nice thing is that Phoenix on the Duke helps finish off that Kegapult, sets a beautiful funnel. So now these dragons can fly from the left, pops the Ward in Eternal Tone, blimps flying across. Remember, once it leaves that circle, it won't be protected anymore. Can it make it to the Town Hall? Looks like it will get pushed back just a bit, but he invests that rage so we can go for the Town Hall with the Rocket Loon Yetis and help remove it. Remember, regular Yeti Mites will target the Town Hall since the Town Hall is a defense, while the Yeti Mites at the Title 18 would not. So it's definitely a different meta, different style when you're trying to take these bases down over here.
You're exactly right, and you can see him using a handful of Rocket Loons and a Baby Dragon to try and take out some of these defenses and buildings at the top to encourage the dragons to stay inside of the base a little bit. There is a revive spell and a freeze, so this still has a definite chance to 3-star. We're just going to have to make sure that we execute this really well. The revenge deck is also going to help heal this Dragon Duke up a little bit when he's dealing with these defenses on the back end.
Does find a sneaking airmine. The Queen got stuck on a wall. I'm curious, did he revive this Duke too early here? Because if the Queen kept moving around, could have helped take this stuff out, revive the Duke a little bit later, but he does have just under 45 seconds continuing to push through. The air defense is going to be a little annoying, but he has a handful of dragons, should snipe, and he does. Only 30 seconds left here. He's still trying to push through here, Shock.
It's getting really close. I think that he might just have enough to get through. I agree with you. I think the Dragon Duke would have been better to revive a little bit later, but man, there's only 20 seconds left. We've got to make sure that we finish all the buildings off and hope that there's no other random buildings on the other side of the map somewhere. But it looks like this is it.
Yep. Just the storage remains, and he's gonna get the 3-star in the end. Polarization, a great job to start off for your team. So they've got the lead. 3-star for them, while an 87% 2-star, which came in from Vincent. So a great way to start. Remember, if you're winning your matches, you're getting closer and closer to the grand finals matches. Whoever makes it to the grand finals in today's competition, both of those teams will get a golden ticket unless a previous golden ticket winner made it there. Then it will get to the highest remaining seeded team in this competition. And everything is going to be played here today, where 2 golden tickets will be handed out. And then there will be more competition next month to eventually have a finals champion crowned later in this year. But we are going to see the Rocket Backpack with the revenge deck setting up the Earthquakes, and the Dragon Duke flying across. Arrow helps remove that Clan Castle.
Carbon, are you seeing what I'm seeing? 23 Valkyries.
Wow.
What is happening, and what are we seeing? Is it going to be the heroic torch trick with all of the Valkyries that kind of went viral when the heroic torch was released? That's what it seems like.
Right, right. The heroic torch is one of my favorite abilities for sure. We're gonna see those Valks tonight this monolith. They're going in, and he pops the heroic torch, walking through these walls, making it look easy. Has to path his way to that town hall. We do have an overgrowth freeze and an ice block, but the Duke has died. Come back to life with that Phoenix. Now, do we revive early, or are we gonna revive late? As more Valkyries have come out from that siege barracks, they're gonna move in and help assist this queen.
Yeah, the bottom side looks like there's enough down there to help clear those defenses on the left side of the overgrowth, and we're going to take out that multi-inferno, so there really isn't a lot left as far as damage on this base. I guess we have to wait to see when the overgrowth is wearing off, but we have 2 spells that we can use as well as 2 rocket loons, so it's going to be close. I honestly cannot tell whether this is going to triple or not right now. We're going to have to wait and see what kind of value this Dragon Duke can get specifically.
Luckily, that queen was able to snipe that multi. Now, the Archer Tower is being distracted. The Eagle Artillery is going to go down to this queen. We have 2 rocket loons to use. I would assume, well, I mean, you can send it to the topside cannon, but then obviously you want to take out the air defense. It would be an interesting angle. Goes with a nice freeze. Diggy is there. Wizard Archer up top with a minute 23 does indeed set. Oh, he ice blocks the rocket loons to help protect this Duke now.
That was an excellent ice block. To distract that air defense for that Dragon Duke was a 200 IQ play, and maybe the only thing he could have done to make sure that this actually tripled. Well done by Wei. That was really smart.
Very nice job delivering a 3-star. They know they have to get a triple here because they gave up a triple in the first attack against them. So great job. The 3 stars are starting to roll in. And at Town Hall 15, it's not as easy as the lower town halls. It starts to get more and more difficult as you progress higher up in the tunnels. Especially, remember, they're playing in esports mode, which is so much more difficult than even Legends 1, 2, 3, and then the normal mode that everyone is used to playing in. So these players are competing at the highest level here.
Yeah, one thing that's really cool to note up to this point in this match is we have not seen a duplicate attack yet. We've seen 3 very different attacks so far. So we're getting a fun, unique match that is not the same thing over and over again. These teams are here to play. They're not messing around right now.
Yeah, they are ready to go. And of course, they're bringing the revenge deck as well, since it is now allowed here in this monthly finals. And the ice block is a great way to pair in with that revenge deck. We even saw the angry spell coming in to help assist the Dragon Duke, but we're going to now see some rocket loons from 12. The revenge deck also selected 1 ice block to possibly use, but 7 invisibility spells. So it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a royal champion charge into these root riders.
Yeah, this is the way that you kind of have to do the Royal Champion charge at Town Hall 15 because there is no Spirit Fox, so you've just got to place those invisibility spells back to back. And this is the attack that I thought we would probably see most frequently during these matches today, is this form of opening into Root Riders. So we finally do get to see this, and this is kind of a cool, unique way to get around not having a Spirit Fox. You can still Royal Champion charge if you need to, and an excellent start to this attack.
Great way to get that initial value. The tunnel, though, is off to the left. Look at this funneling. So the Queen and Siege Barracks are going to grab this left side. Royal Champion grabbed a bit of the right. And now just visually look to where that scatter shot leading straight to this Town Hall. And that is the pathing that he's setting up for his Root Riders. Just going to push everything through. The Balloon's trying to get out in front, pull any traps, protect the healers. And now sends in the Duke straight to 6 down south, getting pulled off to the ice golem down there, but needs to get this pathing to the Town Hall and take that down.
Yes, and one of the most important things that you're going to have to keep in mind when using a Root Rider attack like this is you need to try and do everything in your power to delay the Warden ability until you get to the Town Hall because of that explosion and the poison, which he wasn't able to do this match. So we're going to have to keep an eye and see just how much that affects the rest of the raid and how much it slows this army down once he's in the core now. But the healers are staying safe and healing everything up in a nice group right now.
Oh, wait, if we see 1 red air bomb, Doc, we're going to see more. We're going to see more. Wait a sec. I just have a feeling. I've got a feeling. Poison gets launched, pops the Queen. We got a giant that's there. Still has the Duke ability, but it really won't do anything. He's got the Fireheart and the Revenge deck. So now it's just a matter of watching and waiting to see if he can survive the rest of this phase.
Yeah, there's really not a lot left, but we're not pathing to that multi-inferno, which is by far doing the most damage. And we have an enemy Archer Queen, and do not underestimate these enemy heroes in esports mode. They will absolutely end a raid if you let them. And there are no spells to help support the end of this attack, so it's gonna be close. Can the Queen take out the air defense before the Dragon Duke gets there? Is the question that I have.
I don't know, but he's got the revenge deck. Remember, it'll hit everything. The air defense, the builder hut, the multi, even the enemy queen, it will fire back. The Duke is trying his best to stay alive. Air defense needs to get picked up. Hold on, hold on, hold on. It does. It survives it, but only 17 seconds. He won't have the time nonetheless. But keep in mind, what was the first percentage? So the first fail was from Vincent. That was from the 12 Eyes, and that was actually at 87%. And this one is above that. So now Reaper X GBS will have the lead by 6% in the, or 6 buildings essentially, 6% in this match between those two attacks. So that is an advantage that you'll take. But of course, he wanted that 3-star.
And guess what, Carbon? We are going to see, and it's going to come down to a 1v1 between these two up-and-coming YouTubers. Obviously, Reaper X GBS have a slight advantage of percentage, but you can definitely get a defense, and then it's anybody's match right now. So we're going to see a little friendly 1v1. There's a lot on the line right now. I can't wait.
Well, you mentioned there was a little bit of kind of trash talking going back and forth between them. I mean, when they meet up in a monthly finals, the pressure is on. Not only are you trying to win in the upper bracket, since this is a double elimination, you have that second chance opportunity in the lower bracket to continue your run. Is so much harder down in that lower bracket. You want to win and win and win and not lose to get to that grand finals, to get that golden ticket, and then have a chance in the world finals where you could be crowned the Town Hall 15 champion. Here, well, there's a lot of pressure on it. You can't think too far advanced. You have to focus on right now, right here, and try to deliver that 3-star.
That's exactly right. But one huge advantage you have if you don't drop a match is if you get to the grand finals, you have 2 chances or 2 matches, opportunities to win the entire thing. Because if you do lose the first war in the upper bracket, making there that way, you get a bracket reset and you get another chance to win. So it is a huge advantage to the team that doesn't drop a match before the grand finals.
It is, but a golden ticket actually will go to both teams since 2 golden tickets are awarded in each one of these monthly finals here. So let's get ready for this next attack. Are we going to see some more Root Riders? We've seen Dragons. We've seen a mix of different things, but we are seeing a handful of the Revenge decks now. So that is definitely a strong thing to use. They like it. They've paired in some rocket backpacks, the earthquakes, the arrows. I've tried those. It can be a little challenging, especially trying to light up that arrow of the queen. Sometimes it has a mind of its own, but they've shown how strong it is. And I'm excited to see what their next set of attacks is. It essentially becomes almost a 1v1 now.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, you do have a slight advantage as Reaper X GBS going into this, but again, like we said, it's really anybody's match. And the last attack for 12 Eyes is get wrecked, and he is deciding to just stick to Root Riders, which is, I think, agreed upon to be the most powerful attack at Town Hall 15. So what kind of entry are we going to have, though? We haven't seen all of the hero equipment yet, so I'm not exactly sure what we'll see. Looks like a giant arrow and backpack, and he gets the clan castle, the eagle artillery, and the seasonal defense as well.
Well, the clan castle actually didn't go down. He did pull this CC. Looks like the furnace is there. So he grabbed the eagle, the seasonal defense, but he does have to deal with the ice golem. And I think he just lost. Now the queen is gone. The Duke's still trying to stay alive to the far left side. Royal Champion deployed. Warden trying to help assist through this town hall.
Yeah, we do. Obviously, losing the queen is not ideal, but if you were to lose any hero of them all prematurely, that's probably the one. And this is definitely a recoverable situation for Get Wrecked right now. We just have to make sure that we can protect these Root Riders with our hero, with the Warden ability as we get to the Multi-Inferno area. And we actually lure the Poison Tower away from the army.
That is really good to be able to avoid that damage. But he does have to send in a Headhunter to try to deal damage to the defensive Duke. And we have a defensive Midi Prince just chilling in the core, going with an Overgrowth. Remember, the Overgrowth can't stall up or freeze up a defensive hero. So he's going to have to deal with these as the Root Riders continue to move through. Does go with the revive now to the Dragon Dudes from far left. Poison spell will get launched over there. But he tries to rage up these healers. Is it enough for these Roots as the Warden decides to go all the way to the top side at 12? And the Super Minis are trying to continue their value through the core, but I think this Duke to the left is going to get picked off, and still have an enemy queen, is single and multi still left in the space.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And if you looked at his body language in his camera that you can see down there, it looked like he was expressing a little bit of frustration, like things weren't going exactly his way, which is obviously the case. Doesn't look like this one's going to go through, but keep in mind, all he has to do is get 6 more buildings than the last player for Reaper X GBS. So this doesn't mean that they're out just yet.
No, they still have a shot, but it's out of their hands. They just got to hope that the final defense holds and holds strong for them. We're trying to get a little bit here, and unfortunately going to just be about 86% Super Barb. Trying to get a little bit more, and probably will, as the multi-mortar is almost finishing them off here. So 87% 2-star there for Get Wrecked, and 12 Eyes will finish with the 7 stars total in this match. And Reaper GBS, they just have to get 2-star % to win this match here.
Yeah, I think if we're right, an 81% would tie on percentage, so 82% would guarantee the victory as long as he gets the 2nd star.
Yep.
But yeah, that's a little bit, you could tell he was a little bit frustrated towards the end of that attack. Maybe things not going exactly his way. I did notice that about halfway through that attack, the Warden left the Root Riders and the Valkyries to go with the P.E.K.K.A.s, which is always unfortunate and something you can never predict happening. But it's going to be up to Amu, which is the last player for Reaper X GBS, to get that percentage and star count to guarantee their team the victory.
82%. You're indeed correct. That is the number they need to hit. But it can't be an 82% 1-star. It's got to be an 82% 2-star. Or, of course, you know, they're trying to go for that 3-star just to lock it up, you know, and, you know, put the nail in the coffin and try to finish off with a signature style triple. But can they do it? Will they bring dragons? One of the strongest attacks. Root Riders seen a handful of times now. Remember, this is the first match that we're covering. This is actually the 2nd round. We jumped past the 1st round as multiple teams have played, and some have already actually been eliminated earlier on today. But we are going to be slowly narrowing this group down to be able to give away those 2 golden tickets. But pressure's on. 82% is the number to hit.
Yeah, one thing we have to keep in mind at the last attack was, one, his queen went down really early, which might have made a difference, especially dealing with those enemy heroes in the core. That definitely would have been her job had she stayed alive a little bit longer. And who knows what the outcome of that raid would have been if she had stayed alive after that town hall part of the attack. And I don't know if he was planning on getting the CC, but yeah, the CC did come out. You were right about that in that last attack too. So it looks like maybe a couple of things in the opening didn't quite go the way that he wanted to as well.
Yeah, just the tiniest of details. One thing missed, and it can just have a cascading effect for the rest of your attack. And CC not going down, but he did get some other nice buildings. But unfortunately, like that Warden, he going to the top side and not moving in, and that thing can go south really quickly. But hey, at least he got some decent percentage still. I mean, we still have to get 82% here in this final one to be able to lock it up. But with the revenge deck coming through, do you think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that, or do you think maybe just a handful of attacks?
It depends, I think, on the players if they've got it leveled up. I think unless you're trying to use the backpack and giant arrow to snipe defenses, I think at the lower town halls where defenses do a little bit less damage, it's probably a better option than a lot of the other equipment. But yeah, leveling it up, well, I think it'll be pretty popular today, though, if I had to guess. It is very strong.
Yeah, I mean, they've probably been putting in a lot of practice with it, trying to get ready for this monthly finals. As here we go. Now, the final attack, we are seeing the Rocket Loons coming in. 5 healers with a Monolith Arrow. Oh, I always like to see that Monolith Arrow. Queen is starting off to the bottom side. Does have a recall spell to pull her back, but only one little lightning to use to try to pair that maybe in with the Earthquake and the Rocket Backpack of the Duke.
Carbon, there's no Warden in this attack. What are we seeing right now? We are in for a treat.
I need to put my glasses on. Wait, what?
Yeah.
This is reminding me of Estonia's attack, who did no Warden at Channel 18. Whenever you bring no Warden, I just feel like that's just crazy. Who in their right mind thinks, yeah, I don't want to bring a Warden. Warden has a Fireball, you know? Why not? Use a Fireball is strong. One of the strongest abilities in the game. That's some good value, but no. Why take it? Let me prove that we could win here with no Grand Warden.
Yeah, this is very risky to say the least. I mean, he's got to get that 82% 2-star. This is obviously a very difficult attack to execute. It's a long way to go for the Queen to get to the Town Hall right now, and there's a lot of stuff in the way. We're going to have to find out if he can, 1, get the 2-star, but 2, get the percent without the best hero in the game, that is crazy to think about. We do have a whole bunch of rocket loons left. They're going to go and get that Eagle artillery, which is something I worried about, so he will handle that really well. The Queen actually does have a pretty good path to the Town Hall, doesn't she? She just needs to get a wall break, and then she's got access.
Yep, he brawl broke, which I went for an open wall here. Let's see, he's got he's got one left. Will it? Oh, it's going off to the right side. Going off to the right, not going to allow this Queen, so she's got to beat through a wall, but he's getting percentage. It's racking up. He still has a World Champion, but he has to get that Town Hall. Luckily, a Town 15, an RC can save a Town Hall and snipe it, but he wants percentage, so he's waiting as long as possible. Removes this Queen. She's going to step through these walls. 50 seconds left. RC now goes in from the top side at 12. She's getting her value with the Rocket Spear. His Queen's going to secure the Town Hall, and he just needs the 82. Revives the Duke, sends some Rocket Loons into the left, and he still has a handful of spells.
They guarantee the victory, but the question on everybody's mind, is he actually going to be able to walk away with a triple? And it looks like it. There's still 3 Rocket Loons and 3 spells that he can use. He's going to swag all over his rival, his opponent in this match without a Warden. That is just crazy to me. He decides to take this win in style.
Oh, man, and he's swagging some spells as well. What a 3-star and what a victory we have here for Reaper X GBS, as they will advance in the upper bracket and get one step closer to getting a golden ticket, but there's still plenty of more matches to come here, Shock.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit more excited for Town Hall 15 right now than maybe even Town Hall 18. We saw quite a variety of attacks and one without a Warden. You don't really ever see that even in Town Hall 18, which is really cool. Congrats to Reaper X GBS. They do win on stars and percentage and will advance to the upper bracket semifinals. But we will see more of 12 Eyes. They are still alive in the lower bracket. They're not going away, and neither should you, because we've got a lot more awesome matches that are coming right up.
Yep, they will still be playing later today here, but 12 Eyes still has another opportunity. The pressure will be on in the lower bracket. But as we take a look at the player stats, the 2 triples that came in from Reaper X GBS was able to help cement that victory. But unfortunately, the 2 fails off to the left from 12 Eyes at 2 stars, 87% for both of them. Well, Wade did get that triple there, so they're going to have to turn it around, as they will have the next opportunity in the lower bracket. But now Reaper X GBS will be awaiting their next opponents, as we still are now looking down to the lower bracket. Orangutan Dead Division there. We had WompWomp Gaming that is down in the lower bracket, which did get the golden ticket. And then 12 Eyes, there it is. They got sent down to the lower bracket as they are taking on Godsmen. But we do have some news about the next match. So the next match, which is the second semifinals, M2, we do have, let me see here. Let me just make sure I have the information correct. I believe it was Orangutan, and then Orangutan was late for their match, so they're late to check in. So then they are in the lower brackets because of that. So an automatic advancement for their opponents there in the upper bracket. So that means Dead Division actually advanced just like that to the upper bracket in match 11. They will be taking on Reaper X GBS, and then Orangutan gets sent to the lower bracket. So hopefully they're able to check in for that one against WompWomp Gaming. And then we will have 12 Eyes as well taking on Godsmen. So we'll take a look at the next match that we have, but things are starting to come together in this bracket as we get closer to that grand final match, which will be later today.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We're going to have WompWomp Gaming fighting Orangutan. So hopefully they show up for that match. There is money on the line, so they definitely want to be here, and a chance for a golden ticket, which is even better. So hopefully we'll see him show up here. It'll be interesting to see how if we see more attacks like that from Reaper X GBS without the Warden. That was exciting. So hopefully he can plan and do some more stuff like that. And I might have to reach out and get some coaching or something, because I don't even know if I would ever dare do anything like that.
I mean, you can't plan for that, right? You always assume that your enemy is going to bring a Warden, so you're always trying to plan something around fireball value, possibly. You don't want to give him too much value. Granted, esports mode, the abilities are weaker across the board, no matter what, so that's something to keep in mind. But as we are now going to get into the next match, so Orangutan is here. They did check in here, so they have that second opportunity as you do get sent to the lower bracket. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you check in on time to be able to get into your match. Otherwise, you're not able to win and advance. But this is their final shot, just like WompWomp Gaming. They did lose earlier today, sending them to the lower bracket down here. But if we look at just percentage alone, WompWomp at a 99.1 average destruction, average stars just above Orangutan at 2.83 to a 2.69. So WompWomp Gaming, according to the stats, do have the advantage.
Yeah, this one is we have obviously the runners up from last month, and it looks like on paper they're slightly better, but again, man, it's only by 3% on average destruction and everything. So this another close match is what I'm anticipating here. And really, I think that you have to take in mind the average like offense and the defense, right? Because maybe your team doesn't have the best offense, but they build the best bases. So it really does rely on both of those things at the same time, and not just one or the other. So we're going to definitely see a close match here, and we'll have to see exactly what it is that they have in store for us. But man, I'm excited after that first match. What a match.
And things are just going to be heating up as we make it further through this bracket. But Shock, I'm getting word that I believe it is now time to give away that first reward. So pull out your phone and be able to scan the QR code that is now on your screen. And there it is. You could get yourself some mighty morsels, 3 of them. Get to scanning that so you can add it to your account and be able to have some maxed out equipment for some of your hits there.
Yeah, if you have some equipment that you haven't been able to level up, now is an excellent time to find it out and get a test ride and see if you like it. That way you have a better idea of what equipment that you want to spend your ores on, because that is one of the things that most people aren't sure about. So definitely take advantage of these mighty morsels and use them. Make sure that you test out the equipment that you want. But yeah, let's
And a little tip for anyone that's trying to scan it, but you're watching the stream, go ahead and screenshot the screen right now and then pull it up in your photos. And if you just hold down on the QR code as you zoom in, hold it down, your phone hopefully should be able to scan it just from that photo. And it works for many of the phones, and maybe it works there, or the links hopefully could get posted as well. So either one of those, you're able to scan that and add those rewards to your account. But we are going to be getting into this match really soon. But after we saw the very first one here today, it was a fantastic start. We saw the no warden. We saw a handful of triples coming in. Now let's take a look at the players and see which player, maybe one we have to keep our eye on.
Yeah, I think you're right. One quick note that I want to mention really quickly is that all of these rewards that you guys will get today have a timer of 5 minutes. So if you do not claim them in that window, they will not be available after that. So make sure that you do it as quickly as you can.
That is a good
but looking
point.
at these two teams here, we can see that, wow, all 3 players from WompWomp have excellent average destruction hit rates. These guys are the very best players, right? Just incredible 3-star hit rates. But even then, Orangutan has some very good players as well, and they're definitely not out of it. Their defense on that previous screen did look really good too, so it might come down to who can defend better.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this 3-star hit rate here. We have Wump Alex coming in at 90.4 triple rate. That's very impressive, the highest one that we see. And then Orangutan, we have 2 of them that are at 68 and then 64. So if they're able to pull triples for their team, that is going to be looking good for them. But something that stands, those 1-star hit rates, those do play a big impact. And if I look, I mean, Alex is kind of like, he goes all out. He's the highest hit rate for the 3-star hit rate, but he also has the highest 1-star rate. So I'm actually nervous for Alex attacking, because he looks like he's getting a triple most of the time. And if he's not tripling, it's not a 2-star. It probably is almost a 1-star with that 5.8% 1-star rate. So that is some extra pressure. Do not get a 1-star here, and that could cost your team in a 3 versus 3 competition.
Yeah, in the 3v3s, every single hit becomes even more important than it is in the normal tournaments, and you just cannot afford a 1-star. And if you look at Orangutan's 1-star rate, it is lower pretty much across the board. They have one player with 0. Klaus from BD has never 1-starred ever, which is really insane. That's impressive. So we can count on him to get 2 stars for sure. And then we'll just have to see, is Alex going to be risky
now? I mean, you can't say that now, because then people are going to come back to that moment like, Shock, what did you just say? What did you just say about that? Well, they had to deliver in the time for the attacks, which will be coming in very soon here. So the pressure is, as we are now jumping into this match, which is a lower bracket match. You lose this, you are eliminated from the competition. You have to continue to win through the lower bracket, try to make it to the grand finals. That is when you do get that golden ticket. But they not only are going to be fighting together golden ticket, but they're also wanting the first place prize money too. But if you're coming from that lower bracket, you have to force that bracket reset, which is very difficult to do.
Yeah, to beat a team that is undefeated twice in a row to win is not an easy thing. And yeah, if you've got any good bases or strategies that you've been holding out on a little bit, you need to use them now, because this is it for these 2 teams if they lose. So everything's on the line now. They've got to give it everything they've got. It's time to lock in if you are Orangutan or WompWomp Gaming at this point.
Yeah, you have to focus, be able to deliver the 3 stars here in this match when the pressure is on. There is one more opportunity after this for a monthly final. So we saw from last month to this one, a lot of new teams. The winner from last month didn't even make it to this monthly finals. While if we compare from the Town 18 monthly finals, which actually will start tomorrow, if you are all wondering, it'll be starting tomorrow and it will finish on Sunday. We've had the Zeus Esports, which won back-to-back in Channel 18, but at Channel 15, that's not the case. We're going to have new winners. We're having new teams show up, and that means the meta is open to anybody. So you all at home can also try to be competing and try to prove that you have what it takes for another opportunity next month.
Yeah, and it does get there's an increasing amount of pressure that builds up the further into the year that these things get. And one thing a lot of people that are in the chat or just watching this for the first time probably don't realize is how difficult it is in esports mode, but also doing this live on stream. But we are getting into the first attack. Orangutan is up first, and it's going to be Senti attacking with Root Riders. And it looks like we're going to have a backpack and giant arrow to open this attack. We don't have any invis spells, so we're definitely not going to... 7 earthquake spells.
Oh, wow.
We're going to have to see exactly what he can get here.
Oh, just dodges past that. Oh, that Seeking Air Mine is able to fly through the core, grabs the clan castle. The Monolith is barely just still standing, freezes it up, trying to have this Duke finish it off, but does have the Phoenix finding that Seeking Air Mine. Looks like he will take it down with the explosion.
Yeah, the funnel is set. We can start the Root Rider part of this attack. We just need to make sure that we can handle this Rage Tower compartment without losing too many troops, whether that means using our Warden ability or freezing some of it for a little bit, because we definitely need that Warden ability or something to help with that Town Hall area. So can we delay it that long? We're going to have to find out, because it's a lot of damage that these Rage sections do. We do set a good counter funnel. You can see the pathing right now is about as good as you could hope for. Oh, one thing I didn't remember is that there's actually no Eternal Tome. He actually just decided to take the Rage Gem and the Healing Tome. So activating that a little bit early is not as impactful, because the Healing Tome lasts much longer than the Eternal Tome does.
He is pushing his way through this back end, does revive, and we got a freeze that was going off to help try to protect this queen now. I believe it was probably from an Ice Golem or something, as he is pushing his way through the core. The queen has been killed off. We do have the Royal Champion trying to barely stay alive, but the healers are there. Warden goes down. Maybe a poison for the defensive minion Prince. Wait for it. Maybe?
Yeah,
or maybe not?
He definitely, no. It was a little late on the poison there, but we do have a few Super Barbarians left and some cleanup troops, and there's not a lot of anti-air left on this base. I'm wondering if he can still get this 3-star, even though we're a little slow to react with that, but it looks like, because he'll get on the scatter shot, and the scatter shot cannot attack the Dragon Duke, so it looks like it's going to be a 3-star.
He has the little army camp down south at 6. Hopefully he doesn't find any more seeking air mines for this minion, or not the minion prince, for the defensive, for his Dragon Duke. Archers are placed at 6, and Duke will help finish this one off with the super minion assistance for, wait,
no.
Wait! Does he hear us with her? Don't be another one! Oh, no! Wait! No! What is this?
Oh my gosh, I would be holding my breath if I was said to you right now. It was one red air bomb away from not 3-starring this attack. That got so close at the end there. What a nail biter.
Wow, we almost cost this one here. You don't want to call it too early, as have we learned our lesson, but it is a 3-star from Senti coming in for his team. Wow, was that close, but a 3-star is a 3-star. Doesn't matter how you get it in the end, as long as it's a triple, that's what matters. So now the pressure is going to be on WompWomp Gaming, and you know that they saw that, and they're like, are you kidding me? How did this triple in the end? But we're going to now see, Alex, the best hit rate on the team, but he also has the highest 1-star hit rate on the team. So this man, the pressure's on. No, goodness, we have the arrow. We have the Duke to fly across, and he has flying through, but he's not going to remove the CZ, which is far off from that core, so he didn't even touch that. Sends in the roots now from the top side. He's going to move through. The healers and the queen looks like they're going to go off to the top. Hopefully the healers do stay with the root riders, though.
Yeah, one thing I think he meant to hit with his giant arrow but didn't was the monolith, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that and just see how much it can do later on into the raid, because I think he was planning on it not being there. But we do have a good entry for these root riders right now. We popped a very early Warden ability, which does worry me a little bit, though, because once we get to this town hall, this is maybe why he is the highest 1-star rate.
Overgrowthing a town hall. This is crazy. Pops to a Royal Champion, so he's going all out. I guess the stats don't lie. He likes to take the risk as he is sniping this monolith. He's going to finish on the town hall. Kick a pull on the backside with a handful of spells, but he does have a revive. Uses it on the Duke. Town hall's back. Goes with the freeze. Royal Champion's working on it. Can he get through the final remaining buildings?
There's not a whole lot of base left, but there's not a lot of offense left either. There is the Dragon Duke, and he's pretty healthy. But Royal Champion dies to that Giga Bomb from the Town Hall 15 when it goes down. We do have a lot of cleanup on this bottom side, and it does look like the overgrowth on the Town Hall pays off. He knows what he's doing, and he has the highest hit rate for a reason. Nicely done by Alex to even the score up. And even though they were the runners-up from last month, being in the loser bracket and then seeing your base get triple on the first hit probably makes them feel a little bit nervous. So they can't assume anything.
Yeah, you can't assume that you even will make it back to a monthly finals that we saw many teams not even make it back. The defending champs from last month's monthly finals, they didn't make it here. So just making it in monthly finals is an achievement. But of course, they want to continue their run. They already actually have a golden ticket. So there is less pressure on WompWomp Gaming in this match. All they're fighting for now is prize money. So they're just trying to win, earn more prize money, and just be able to take that kind of momentum to the World Finals, which will be later there. But Alex, well done. He stayed cool, calm, and collected, was able to deliver the 3-star even after we are freaking out with the overgrowth on the town hall, to leaving that for the end. But it pays off. The risk was there, and he delivered the 3-star.
Yeah, I'm thinking I just need to stop having opinions during these attacks anymore, because it almost cost the very first raid, and then I had no idea. I had no hope for the town hall after that, but he ended up covering it just fine. We're going into attack number 2 for Orangutan, and it's Klaus from BD, and we're seeing some super witches, which for the longest time was one of my favorite attacks, so very cool.
Yeah, this Warden, okay, I was going to say the Warden could grab the Eagle, but no, the Duke will just go and snipe it really easily. Going to push his way to the left side with the Super Witches, and the Duke is actually going to go off to the top side. Solo up there, not too bad. Actually, can get some nice value, as we are now sending the King, Balloons, Super Witches, Ice Golem, or pushing our way even with the Queen to the left side, pulling out a little bit of the Clan Castle slowly as he tries to push his way into the core. Does have a jump to use with these Super Witches.
Yeah, one thing I was worried about there for a little bit was all of those Teslas popping up on the left-hand side, and the King almost walked, but he was able to destroy them quick enough to force everything back into the core. That could have been very bad if he didn't set that funnel fast enough, but we're making our way into the core here. The King is still very healthy. The Rage Tower did pop. We're going to freeze the Expo and the air defense to try and keep everything a little bit healthier. But we do have another Rage section and the Town Hall that we've still got to worry about. So this raid is far from over at this point.
But this King ability is very important to save for right now, because he has the Earthquake Boots. The Earthquake Boots' main goal is to open up the back side of the base, and he does exactly that, as he got that jump straight into the middle right off the bat. But then the Monolith to the bottom side is a big pain. No ability to... Oh, no, actually, he does have the ability to revive. Not using it just yet. Goes with the Ice Block, revives the Duke from the top side at 12. He's got to path his way to the Monolith. He can't, unfortunately, reach it. He's got to bust through some walls in order to get his way outside the space, but does have that Queen ability.
Yeah, I quite like the idea of that Ice Block there, to just keep them frozen up, not taking any damage while they're slowed down from the Town Hall poison. That is a unique, creative way to deal with that Town Hall explosion and stuff that I've never really thought of before. But the most scary defense for this army is coming up next, but we do have way too much, I think, to overwhelm this back end, and it looks like Orangutan are going to be 2 for 2 starting off this war, which puts pressure onto WompWomp Gaming if they want to make their way further into this bracket.
I mean, it's only a 3 versus 3 match here, which will put the pressure onto the final attacker of Orangutan. And then, if it's a perfect, if it keeps coming in with triples, then time will be the factor that we see right there at the bottom of the stats. Whoever has the faster average time will indeed be crowned the winner of the match. So if it comes down to the final attack for WompWomp Gaming, not only do they have to start balancing, well, you got to get the triple, but you also have to do it efficiently, and you have to do it very fast to try to potentially bring that time down if need be. But first, you have to focus on getting the 3-star, and now TomTom is up, going with the rocket backpack, Earthquakes as well. Does parry in the arrow, but he did pull out the furnace, so he has to deal with that a little bit.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. And one thing that we might have to start thinking about, and I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here, but if this 3 stars, do you start to adjust your strategies a little bit to try and do faster 3 stars if you're the last 2 remaining players? Or do you just stick with what you're comfortable with, even if it's not the fastest attack? That is an added piece of pressure that I would not love to deal with, so I'm glad I'm not in their position. But we do have an excellent funnel for these Root Riders as they're entering into this base here. Looks like we activate the Warden ability very early, and we freeze the Town Hall. That furnace has been very annoying this raid, to say the least. It's very unfortunate that that got drawn at the start.
And TomTom goes with another overgrowth, just like Alex on the Town Hall. So he's leaving it for the end. One spell left. The Duke is trying to pass his way through the Miloth, goes with the Invis, and he's going right through the Miloth, taking out that down, which is clutch. We have the Wizards, P.E.K.K.A.s that were all spawning from that Siege Barracks, and here comes some super minions. There's only 2 archers left to use, maybe to the far right side, but he has to path his way. It's literally, at this point, it seems to be a 99% 2-star or a 99% 1-star or a triple at this point.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. It does. I mean, there's, oh, the Royal Champion dies. That's not a good sign. Super Minions outrange the Town Hall, which is something I've never thought of before because you don't have to think about that at Town Hall 18. They do get the Town Hall. It looks like it's a perfect war so far, but it's going to come down to the last 2 attacks, and man, is there some pressure on these last players. I am glad I'm not in this war right now.
The pressure is mounting here. A 3-star for TomTom. If we take a look at the average time, it is a heavy lead for WompWomp Gaming. So now Orangutan, they are up next. They have to really think about this one. Do you go for the 3 or do you go for a 3 and time? From my experience, from seeing many of the pros in years past, especially when we had that Root Rider time meta, I think that you just go for the 3. Don't worry about time at this point because you're so far away that it's going to be hard. You just focus on getting a 3 and hope and cross your fingers that the opponent doesn't deliver, and that can be the way you can win this match. So let's see, as Root Riders are indeed coming in with the Warden assistance, goes invisible as this RC will charge through towards this Town Hall.
Yeah, and I think you're exactly right with your assessment on what attack to use. If you do the average time for this 3-star, they would have to have a sub 1 minute 3-star in order to win on percentage, unless the last attack was incredibly long. So I think you're right. There's probably just no way that's possible, and you just got to get the 3 stars and hope that they mess up a little bit on their last attack. But we have an excellent start to this attack. We get the Town Hall even with this Royal Champion charge.
A great way to start. Rocket Loon's getting lured out. Ice Golem as well. With the deployment of the roots to the far right side, these Rocket Loons will no longer be boosted up, so he doesn't have to worry about them too much. Does have a poison. Arrow comes through. We got Siege Barracks up top at 12 to assist that Queen, but trying to path his way through this top pit up and around to the core.
Yeah, the pathing, I think the timing of the Queen and the Siege Barracks was basically perfect here. It's going to destroy these outer defenses, and what that does is it forces these Root Riders into the middle of the base where all of the damage is. You can see that they're headed to that Multi-Inferno, and then next going to be like the K-Capult other Multi-Inferno area. Actually, he overgrowth, so we'll head a different direction, and we're actually starting to split just a little bit. We do need to make sure that we do 3-star this attack to put pressure onto WompWomp Gaming.
Does have some spells, the Warden ability as well, unless it was a life gem, which probably at this point looks like it was. The World Champion is working right through this monolith, goes invisible to try to finish it off. We have 1 ice block remaining. The Duke is still trying to power his way through. Very nice RC Valley. She even gets the K-Capult as well, so the RC was fantastic there. Oh,
it was not the legend. He held on to the Eternal Tome the whole time. The Multi-Inferno's the last thing we've got to worry about. Can these E-Titans and Warden get through the wall and get that? They're all so low. I can't really... Oh, they pout down!
Ice block. What do you do? What's the ice block plan? He goes with the ice block on the Warden so he can stay with the Rage Gem on the Electro Titan. Actually, probably a smart move. Queen is still alive. Root Rider's coming across. The storage is going down. The Warden's barely alive. The Queen, is she gonna go for a wall? She probably is. The Phoenix, though, she's out of range.
Does she have enough time to get through this wall? That's the question.
Oh, gosh.
Because she's healthy enough to take this Multi-Inferno, I think.
Phoenix.
Oh,
my,
wow.
the Phoenix.
What in the world?
Here.
What are these raids?
What?
I just can't even imagine what was going through his head at the end of that attack. I would have been so stressed.
There was multiple attacks here that it came down to almost, it felt like pets that helped finish it off, and he gets the 3. So that is a perfect war for Orangutan. And you can only imagine that not checking in for your previous match, you could have done this and you could have been in the upper bracket and not have the risk of elimination. So now it's going to be WompWomp Gaming's turn. If they 3-star, they will win because they have the time lead. And let's see, with the Duke coming across, does grab 2 poison spell towers. Great value to start.
Yeah, I mean, 2 poison towers, as well as what was that in the middle? I can't really tell. The seasonal defense, maybe?
No,
That
it
is
was a builder
impressive.
hut.
Oh, a builder hut. Okay, that's still...
Yeah.
One thing this does do is set a really good funnel, because once you set this with the queen, he has a recall spell, and the funnel, like, you can't screw up the funnel after that, right? These things are definitely going in the direction you want them to. And we see an ice block used with that revenge deck up at the top. Dragon Duke's taking a lot of damage right now and also dealing a lot of damage with that revenge deck. But keep in mind, Whiny has to triple this hit or they lose. There's a lot of pressure on this attack right now.
Take all the risks you want because he's moving to the left. Rockaloon's coming into the left as well. He's going to push his way into the Monolith. Goes for the nice freeze. He's going to pass to the Monolith, into the Eagle, into the Candle as well, as he will eventually make his way to the Town Hall. But does he overgrowth the Town Hall on approach? Yes.
Yeah, he does. That's risky, to say the least. We do have a Rocket Spear that we can use if the Royal Champion does get in some danger. And then maybe we can stall her with that Rocket Spear long enough to where she guarantees to go to the Town Hall after. But we have a lot of spells left, too. We might see our first perfect war and have it go to time. We also still have the Warden ability.
Yeah, Warden ability still intact, and to push through the remaining heroes. The enemy queen is still alive. Goes with the Warden. Ice golems do get pulled out of this playing castle. He's got spells, and he's got so many spells as he continues to pass through. The Town Hall is going to go down. He did revive that Duke. Goes with the Invis. Just powering his way to this backside. The balloons pulling the traps to protect these healers. A perfect Coco Loons there as well.
Yeah, and it looks like this is probably going to be a 3-star. I just don't see anything on the base that's going to be able to stop him at this point. And I did a little bit of research before this day, and I think, as far as I can tell, this is the first perfect war in any of the Town Hall 15 stages of the competition. So we're making a little bit of history here.
Well done there too, Wayne, and getting a perfect war for WompWomp Gaming. Perfect war for Orangutan as well, but time was heavily on WompWomp Gaming's side, and congratulations. They are victorious in the lower bracket and will advance to the next round. And Orangutan, I'm so sorry, but your run has come to an end, and you have another opportunity next month to try to get that golden ticket. But remember, just making it to a monthly finals is not a guarantee. It is a hard thing to do, and this is the first perfect war that we are seeing so far in the competition, not only this month, but even last month included. So this is not a usual sight. This is a rare sighting here at Town Hall 15. The lower Town Halls, not necessarily the case, but it is a way more difficult at this Town Hall here.
Yeah, and even though this one did end up coming down to time, it was much more exciting than you usually think of when you think of a time war, because we saw a huge variety of attacks. We saw a few raids coming down to the last couple of units and not knowing whether it was going to 3-star or not until the last second, literally. And honestly, another exciting match. Sad to see Orangutan go. Against any other clan with a perfect war, they probably would have won. But against WompWomp Gaming, they were here and they were a little bit faster today, unfortunately.
That's all it takes. One slip up and you could be sent down to the lower bracket, and then you could be sent home. But the next match, 12 Eyes versus Godsmen. 12 Eyes has gotten a perfect war themselves, which they took down WompWomp Gaming in that perfect war earlier today. So can they do it again? Can they pull off another perfect war? As we are now getting ready for that match. Godsmen's taking on 12 Eyes here, and we see it. Average stars is on the side of 12 Eyes here, so they do have a little bit of the edge when it comes to the stats here.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And interesting to see. I don't know a whole lot about Godsmen, but I do know that they have one player that does use the fireball occasionally. So we'll have to see if we see something like that. But against a team like 12 Eyes, They're definitely, I would consider them one of the juggernauts of Town Hall 15. So you've got to make sure that your team is prepared, your plans are perfect, and your bases are ready.
They've got to bring it as the pressure is on now in the lower brackets. As the winner of this match will be taking on WompWomp Gaming, who came in second place last monthly finals. As we are ready to go, no waiting around. I love it, but it is mass Valkyries as we are going in. Siege Barracks to start, Valkyries as well to assist to move in from the 9 o'clock section. More Valks up top, and in the more Valks as well in between those 2 points.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Wei. We've seen him do this lap previous war that they were in, and he 3-starred with it, so he does know what he's doing with this attack. We popped the Warden's ability, which is the Heroic Torch, and I think the Life Gem. I can't remember what the other equipment was, but we're cruising through the core. These Valkyries do so much damage when they don't have to worry about walls, and they're sped up. One thing that we do have to keep in mind is the Town Hall has been overgrowth, so if we all skip it right now and then it comes back online, we do risk a 1-star, which is obviously not ideal.
But think about this, Wei is probably taking on the role of being the fast attacker, because we saw in the last match, our perfect war, that if you have at least one attack that is super quick, that could be a huge advantage to your team, where then the enemy has to possibly change up their plan to have to be quicker, which most likely is very hard to do since you already have your plans of what you're comfortable with. So this is a very quick and efficient plan, and this could be a big advantage for 12 Eyes if they keep tripling.
Yeah, keep in mind, the team that won last match had an average time of 2 minutes, and this is going to be faster than 1.5 minutes, just to put it into perspective how fast this attack actually was. So what an attack starting out the gate. Very quick.
1:26 there in that attack at Town Hall 15. Esports mode. Keep that in mind. It's esports here. Came in with Valks. It wasn't Roots. It wasn't a Royal Champion charge, but Valkyries took that one down. There has to be at least one Valk per team, it seems like, because you need a fast attacker. But as we are still preparing for these teams, as we are getting a little bit of an inside look to see each one of the cams, as we have Candy up next now for Godsmen, for Root Riders, and this one will take a little bit longer to develop and start off the attack, as we are going to probably start off with a Royal Champion paired in with a Warden charge to, well, maybe not, because we don't have a recall here. Hold on. We don't even have any invis. Okay, no, yeah, so it can't be an RC charge.
Yeah, probably a Giant Arrow backpack, if I had to guess, and it looks like we're aiming for the Clan Castle. Oh, that's a tough arrow to hit. Is he going to get it? Wow. Oh. I could never. That is unreal that he was able to hit that giant arrow.
He saw the queen was not targeting. The Archtower had to wait, and then she did, and then lined up the shot. Got that value, as now the Roots are coming from 12. Royal Champion popped her ability right off the bat from the right side, but his Duke did go down, forced to Phoenix. So he has a revive. He's not going to revive him just yet. He's going to be patient a little bit. While the Siege Barracks off to the left, Pekkas are helping clear that funnel to try to push these Roots into the core.
Yeah, they did skip out on the core a little bit at the start, but we did clear enough of those buildings on the left-hand side that they are there now, which is all that matters. We have a lot of spells to help deal with this, and I would imagine since there's only one ice block, and we didn't see the Revenge deck on the Dragon Duke, it's probably to help deal with that Town Hall so that you can ice block them during the explosion and the poison damage, which is something we saw in a previous war.
And he does decide to go freeze on Town Hall. What we've been seeing lately today is overgrowthing the Town Hall, but he decides not to do that, so he's going to leave that Town Hall up, continues to invest the freezes to help them make sure it goes down, because you can't be 1-starring here at the competition. That is devastating in a 3-versus-3. But he goes ice blocking perfectly, tanks and absorbs that the Giga Bomb there of the Town Hall explosion.
What is healing the Dragon Duke up so much? He was like in the low red health when they got into the Town Hall, and now he's like at half health. Is it just his passive ability? That was pretty insane that he was able to heal that much, and because of that, he's just going to tank for all of the other units for the rest of this raid, it looks like.
We do have a multi or geared Archer Tower, or the double Archer Tower there off to the right, and it goes down really quickly, and he finishes it off for a 3-star. So Candy delivers a 3-star for Godsmen. But look at the time difference, a minute 59 versus the minute 26. So 12 Eyes have a really big lead in terms of time here.
Yeah, and even this attack from Candy was faster than the average attacks at the winning
Yeah.
team last war. So it just puts into perspective how quick 12 Eyes 3-star was at the beginning. That was very impressive to do with the Valkyries and the Hurl Torch. So they're off on the right foot. And I think you're exactly right. He's like the speed attack that just sets them up for success. We've got Vincent in, though, for the next attack, and he's got the backpack. We don't have any invis spells, so this will be a backpack giant arrow opener for these Root
Wait,
Riders.
I feel like I just saw this base in the last match. So remember you asked the question about the builder hut, what was in the core when it went down?
Oh, yeah.
And so that's the builder hut. This is so there's bases that are being run or similar, copying off one another. It looks like maybe it's a very strong base, but if I recognize this one, I usually don't recognize bases, but for a base, if you were to like rotate a base instantly, I will recognize it.
Yeah, I agree with you there. If you rotate it, it's a completely new base to me. But if this one, yeah, it is the exact same base. Maybe they trapped it a little bit differently, but yeah, it was a completely different team and a different match that used this base. So yeah, I think you're exactly right. Bases are being shared because they must work really well.
We're seeing these roots come in. Oh, the Duke is there near the town hall. Hold on, pops the warden now. He is getting pulled to the top side defenses. Needs to take out that multi. The Duke does secure the town hall, continuing into the core, but the Kegapult is there. The Queen is not going for the wall just yet. She can walk around to follow these roots, so the roots perfectly open up the core of this base, continuing up and around, but he did overgrowth the Eagle and the Monolith.
Yeah, there's not, other than these overgrowth buildings, there is still quite a bit down there at the bottom. We have a handful of spells and troops that we can use, but man, if we're not near these buildings when they're unovergrowth, the Monolith and the Eagle can do a ton of damage and really end a raid. So we do use a skeleton spell to distract the Monolith. Excellent skeleton spell usage there. And it looks like we have a couple of random troops attacking the Eagle artillery, which is great. We've just got to make sure that we have enough gas left in the tank to handle the rest of this. And the air defense, it might actually take down the Dragon Duke, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, with a nice freeze off to the air defense, that Duke continues, takes it down. Gonna path his way into the scatter shot as well. With over a minute left, this is a 3-star versus Vincent. He didn't get a triple in the last match, but he comes through and gets it here in this one. So that, if we think about the last match, that is what, now we had 3 and 3 and 6, and that's 9 3-stars in a row between the last match and this one now. Okay, we are on a streak here, Shock.
Yeah, I think all these players know exactly what's on the line, and they are locked in, and they definitely want to make it and get a golden ticket, as well as get some of that prize money, which is also nice to have. That's yeah, 9 triples in a row is unheard of. You just don't see that very often in any esports.
Yeah, it's a hard thing to do, especially esports mode at Town Hall 15, but we're back in, and I love just bouncing back and forth between these attacks. No waiting around, as we're going to see Rockstar looking to take down Get Wrecked with some roots as well. We are going to have the Eternal Tome rage them on that Warden, but we are going to have 5 invisibilities for this Royal Champion, popping her ability right off the back, picking off some of these defenses, then to possibly set up the invis charge for her.
Yeah, interesting that he decides to use the Rocket Spear before going in with this Royal Champion charge, and he drew most of the CC to begin with, so oh, I guess all of the ice columns are coming out now. So we set a good funnel here. We're going to deal with the Clan Castle, or at least get it out so we don't have to worry about it in the base. But it looks like they're going to just stall up these heroes here for a little bit. But we have some more invis spells, so we can go further into the base if we want to.
And he has removed the ice golem, maybe not by choice, just by the Electro Boots aura finishing it off. But he is continuing to invest these invises for the Royal Champion to help grab the Monolith, and then he has that recall to pull. Yes, very nice. Pulls the RC, the Warden, and the pets back.
And one thing that's really nice about the way that he did this Royal Champion charge was it triggered that Rage Tower early, so now he doesn't have to worry about these defenses being raged up by the time that they're in there. You can see the Expo's going to get some shots off, but by the time the Scatter Shot and the Multi-Inferno are hitting the army, you can see it's worn off now. So an excellent start to this attack from Rockstar, and it looks like this one's going to, I mean, we've just got to make sure that we delay the Warden ability until we get to around the Town Hall area. Whoa, a delayed jetpack.
I feel like he had the jetpack on the Duke, and he was like, you know what? I'm just going to let him get whatever value he wants. And then when he's about to die, it's an auto ability force, and he'll just fly across the base, you know? I've done attacks where I used the jetpack. I forgot I had the jetpack on, and it actually saved me because he was about to die, and then he got sent across the base. And I was like, oh, sure, that was perfect. And this works here because the Duke is still alive.
Yeah, that was, yeah, he did clear a couple of defenses on the left-hand side before he went sent to the right side, too. So you might actually be right. Just an intentional, let him get whatever he wants and then go. And there's a full health Royal Champ. Wow, we probably could have swagged the Warden ability here if we wanted to. This one is pretty crushed. We've got all 4 heroes alive, lots of troops left, healers. The time is still a little bit slower, though, which might be an issue for Godsmen if 12 Eyes 3-star their last attack. So that is something we need to keep an eye on.
And that is where Wei's attack with those Mass Falcons is playing a role. That gave him the minute 26 attack for Wei, which is what is definitely a big one in this match here. So this one from Rockstar, he is a star, getting those 3 triple or the 3 stars there for that triple. And now it's putting pressure onto the final attackers, and almost basically becomes that 1 versus 1. But 12 Eyes will have the advantage because of the time that's in their side.
Yeah, one thing that I'm starting to realize now is if I had tuned in and didn't really know the context of the matches, I would think these last 2 matches were the upper bracket with how many 3-stars we're seeing. And here we go. It is going to be Get Wrecked, who is an up-and-coming YouTuber, and he's using his kind of niche attack that he's become really known for, and it's the Rocket Loon Fire Minion, or Rocket Loon Super Minion Fireball attack. So we will see a Fireball here, and you can see that unique equipment that he's got on the King, which is the Stick Horse and the Spiky Ball, so that the King doesn't have to worry about walls when he's entering the base. But excellent Fireball to start off. We get a Rage Tower, as well as finishing off the Eagle here, and the funnel's really good too. So great start to this attack from Get Wrecked.
Shock, you said Fire Minion. That is like, ooh, that sounds cool. What is that? Is that going to be a new true Fire Minion? Maybe that's like a super minion. That's a double super minion. I can only imagine. But let's see what this Warden could get, sniping that enemy Queen with the Headhunters with ease as he's developing this attack. The whole bottom side has been removed. So we got a Duke coming through. Arrow as well. Pairs that all together. Grabs the Clan Castle. I'm going to let this Warden charge through. But the Duke might get close to this Warden and pull him. No. Okay, the Warden's going to stay solo charging to the right.
Yeah, you can notice that he intentionally put 2 super minions next to the Warden, which will lock the Warden onto those super minions until the last one has died, which is why the Warden stayed the direction, or else he would have definitely gone with the Dragon Duke. And you can see this delayed King with the Stick Horse. Look at him just have a direct path right to the core where these hard-to-reach defenses that are, well, normally hard to reach, but not with this Stick Horse combination. The Log Launcher is going to do some damage to the Town Hall. The Queen is still very healthy with the Druid over there. We've got some spells still left over. The King's Spiky Ball went off. There's not a lot left of defense, but this is the most difficult part of the base, keep in mind, around the Town Hall with all of the enemy heroes.
I was going to say, pull the Warden back and redeploy him down south to finish off those buildings. Yeah, very, very nice. Get Wrecked did exactly that, and he's getting the triple. So now all they can do is cross their fingers and hope that Shooter does not get a 3-star for 12 Eyes, because if he does, they will win the match because time is heavily on 12 Eyes' side at this point. There's no question about that.
Oh, the Queen barely gets that. That was a good invis spell right there, because I think the Queen would have gone down, and then the heroes might have distracted the Warden just long enough to where he wasn't able to get him. There's only 30 seconds left. If the Queen dies, the Warden is the slowest hero in the game. I don't know if he has enough time to finish off all of these buildings, and there's traps.
Oh, no. Oh, I did not assume that this was a 3. I never did such thing. Uh-oh. Hold on. 15 seconds. 15 seconds. You can see him freaking out.
Oh, it's low.
You can see him freaking out. 10 seconds. 1 and you gotta move.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Wow. What an end to that attack.
It was not my fault. I did nothing. 3 stars a 3-star. There was no pressure added on in the end there. Wow. Okay. It is a triple in the end. Get wrecked.
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
Does it?
You could see him down there at the bottom of the camera getting a little excited, not knowing whether or not that was going to go through. And I don't blame him. That got a little scary there at the end.
Oh, that was closer than I may have predicted, but it is a 3-star in the end. So, Shooter, this is your time to shine for Godsmen. Can you do it? Let's.
Oh my gosh, Carbon. Look at the average time for the attacks right now.
Oh,
it is neck and neck right now.
It's crazy. It's crazy. We're seeing now the Raw Champ, because that time took so long for Get Wrecked, it brought the time back, actually. But we are seeing the Royal Champion charging her way through this left, gonna move in. She's got to be quick with it. Continues in towards the Seagull. We have the Monolith as well that is standing there. Air defense goes down, goes with a nice invis just in time. And then you have to recall, but you got to get the rest of your attack going. He's got to get moving. Recalls this back. And then he's got to set up the attack. There's no waiting around.
Yeah, I wish he'd have put a little bit of cleanup on that left-hand side while the attack was going on. I guess he's going from a different angle, so it won't matter too much anyway. But yeah, we're assuming that this is going to be a 3-star, which we don't actually know yet. So he does need to make sure that he triples and does it faster than 2 minutes and 2 seconds. That would tie in terms of time. So 2 minutes and 3 seconds, they lose on time. 2 minutes and 1 second, they win. So we do need to keep an eye on the clock as we get into the rest of this raid.
Oh, he is pushing his way into the core towards that Gigapult. Pops the Warden ability now to protect everything. The Duke pulls a Seeking Air Mine, continues through the scatter. Baby Dragon off to the left side with the Super Barb over there. He has an overgrowth. Remember, well, if he drops the overgrowth at a certain time, he's no matter what locked out of the time race at that point. So you have to use the overgrowth soon.
Launches the backpack with the Duke, which actually is going to help clean up that left side of the base faster because.
Late?
I don't know.
Oh no!
There's only 20 seconds left-ish, Carbon.
Oh no!
Before he has to triple.
He's got
the overgrowth might have been too late.
Oh no! Because remember, you got to wait it out no matter what. Now the whole entire duration. He's got 2 Rocket Loose to try to sneak in somewhere, find some red air bombs. He's taking out the bottom side. Rocket Loose coming into that Archer Tower as well, but he is passing that 2-minute mark, pushing into this Air Expo and the multi, and unfortunately, the time will not be on his side as he gets into the multi and the final Poison Spell Tower, and just a few seconds is the difference maker. And look at that, 2 minutes 13 and a 3-second average difference right there, and not able to bring it down enough. And 12 Eyes will be victorious, and that is now 2 perfect wars in a row at Channel 15. We didn't have one at all entire last month, and now back-to-back perfect wars in the lower bracket here.
Yeah, these time wars have been nail-biters too. Like, if you think about averaging 3 seconds faster than the other team, there's only 3 attacks, so you won by 9 seconds total. That's all that separated this team from moving on or being out of this tournament this month.
Crazy to think about, but 12 Eyes keeps their lives. I maybe should change the name to 12 Lives. You know, they're hanging on there. They might have almost lost it there with that Warden almost time failing, but they stay in the competition, the lower bracket. They will be advancing, and congrats to them. I mean, we take a look at the stats. It's all 3s. It's the same number across the board, but the magic number is the time. The minute 26 from Wei really helped bring their time to what they needed. It was a 2:56, barely getting the triple for Get Wrecked off of almost a time fail. But, you know, 3 stars with 3-star in the end, gets it done. WompWomp Gaming and 12 Eyes will match up a rematch, which was the very first match. 12 Eyes got a perfect war against them. WompWomp Gaming got sent down to the lower bracket, and they want their revenge. But then we have Reaper X GBS versus Dead Division, which is going to be the next match up.
Yeah, this is an interesting story for sure in that lower bracket because we do get that rematch, and both teams are coming off of a perfect war. So it will be very close for sure. There's no doubt about that. That's going to be a great match to look forward to. But obviously, before that, we've got to handle the upper bracket finals. Keep in mind, the winner of this next match that we're going to cast moves on to the grand finals. If they have not already had a golden ticket at that point, they are guaranteed one and a shot at the prize pool for the first place prize pool.
Yeah, neither one of them have a golden ticket. So you win it, you get it in the grand finals. But something that feels like a golden ticket to all of you at home is probably what you're watching right now for is the rewards, right? Because the next rewards has just unlocked, my friends. Go ahead and scan that code and you can get 3 million gold right there, right now. You'll be able to scan it, take a screenshot, go ahead and use your finger and hold down that QR code after you take the screenshot, or use another device to help do that, and you can add the loot to your account. And we will be giving away more rewards throughout the rest of this stream here today.
Yes, and just a reminder for those tuning in, for this reward and all future rewards, you have 5 minutes to claim them. So if you don't claim them within 5 minutes of them showing up on the screen, you will no longer be able to do so. So take advantage, pull your phones out, send it to your friends real quick and get them to come watch, because these matches have been awesome up to this point.
And they're going to keep getting better. I mean, how do you get better than Perfect Wars and Perfect Wars? I mean,
maybe we'll see the first 4-star.
Oh, wait. How's that? Is that something new that's coming? I guess, we'll never know. I guess. We'll see, though, as we are now getting into Dead Division. So this is the first time we're seeing them here today. We saw Reaper X GBS earlier in the very first match today, but Dead Division, what is their hit rate? They're just under the average stars of Reaper at 2.73 compared to a 2.75. I mean, that's pretty much a wash. That's pretty much the same to me.
Yeah. This is, I think, by far the closest comparison between two teams that we've seen up to this point. And we are diving into first hit for Reaper X GBS. It is Polarization, and he is using...
Oh, is this a
Hydra?
Is this a blimp? Oh, man, you are tugging at my heartstrings here. A blimp going into the town hall. I love it. We're going to go clone with a Yeti. Is that a Yeti? Yes, I'm seeing the Yetis help secure the tunnel and even jump backwards. Arrow comes across from the left with that Queen to help assist, and the dragons are now down.
Yeah, that giant arrow got both air sweepers and an air defense, by the way. So that makes the rest of this air attack so much easier. And we actually have an ice block spell. And I'm noticing for the first time an angry jelly in his spell slot down there. I wonder what that will be used for. Probably the Dragon Duke. I don't really know.
Well, the Duke has died, but he could bring him back to life. And remember, the angry spell, for those that are wondering at the bottom, it is a relatively new spell, and it will let anything that's in the circle of the spell target defenses. Yes, it becomes defensive targeting for a little bit of time, as we are seeing the revive onto the Duke. That revenge deck is going to be firing back, I believe. No, it's not, because the Arc Tower was hitting the Phoenix. Only does the revenge deck fire back if the Duke is taking damage. Oh, the Queen is still moving, still hanging on. There goes the angry spell, moving in so that the Dragon Riders, well, they already target. It's up to the Dragon to target the defense.
Yeah, so the angry spell wasn't maybe as impactful as we thought, but I will say the Queen does not have hardly anything that can bug her for the rest of the raid, and he did get probably the most...
There is one thing that can bug the Queen. You know what it is, right?
The walls.
The walls. The walls
exactly.
are always...
Yeah, that's a good point.
The walls are always in the Queen's way. Why is that?
Yeah, I don't know. We need answers, Supercell. We need answers why the Queen does this to us. But very good attack. His minion prince ability, by the way, was probably the most perfect minion prince ability you could ask for this attack. It got the seasonal defense. It got a scatter shot, a multi-inferno. It got the eagle. It was perfectly timed when the army was reaching there too. Very nicely done by Polarization. That attack was, I mean, basically perfect from start to finish.
Beautiful hit here. Remember what's on the line, my friends. You win. You get a golden ticket. It's not a grand finals match, but just making it to the grand finals is earning you a golden ticket. And that is what they are fighting for at the end of the day. Trying to get the golden ticket, trying to get that prize money as well. You lose, you still have that second chance. You have another opportunity down in the lower bracket, which you'll have to win to get the golden ticket. So the pressure's on to start off this match with a triple, gets you one step closer at getting the golden ticket for this month.
Yeah, there is just a lot on the line in this match, even though it's not the finals. But we did have to start the cast off by saying that we haven't seen any perfect wars yet. And we probably
I know, right?
Gonzo is in for Dead Division, and it looks like we're going to see Root Riders. We've got the Giant Arrow on the Queen, the Backpack on the Dragon Duke, so it looks like we're going to take out the Eagle. Oh, no, we missed the Arrow.
Ooh, that's actually a big miss right there. We have the Eagle still up and the Clan Castle still there. I don't think he was going to plan to take out the Clan Castle anyways. I think he wanted the Eagle of all things at that point. He does have a poison spell in the army, which could have been used for that CC. So the Eagle is just going to be firing shots one at a time onto his troops.
Yeah, and it's not only that, but it's being healed up. And not that it's the most impactful thing to have it healed up, but it is a very high health building. So it just means that they're going to have to spend more time dealing with the defense that they didn't want to. And you can see it totally changed the path of the Root Riders here. They're going clear to the left now instead of the right because that Eagle wasn't taken out. So he does react with an Overgrowth spell. I can't imagine that was what he planned to use the Overgrowth spell for. It was more of a react on the fly thing because it wasn't going how he wanted to. But keep in mind, it's still not looking terrible. There's absolutely still a chance that this 3 stars, we're going to get the Town Hall taken care of here. So we do guarantee the 2-star, which is very nice. We also have a revive spell for the Dragon Duke and a couple of spells to help him out too if we want to use it that way.
Timing is everything. Wow, he used the ice block there. I don't know if I was necessarily going to think he was going to do that. I was thinking maybe you wait until your troops get closer to the left, then you revive, and then you ice block. But look, he's reviving the Duke, and a single target Inferno's over there. That is not ideal.
Yeah, that Dragon Duke didn't get a single building, and will that decision to revive him there and use the ice block spell the way he did cost him? I don't know that he would have been able to recover, and it's still not over yet, right? There is a minute left. There is a Root Rider that can help open walls, so, and a Queen that has a lot of damage, so it's definitely not over yet, but we will have to keep an eye on that single Inferno. I think is going to be the one defense that will either end the attack or will he deal with it really well and get this 3-star.
Let's see, the Root Rider needs to open up perfectly. Hopefully the Queen doesn't get targeted. She's not. We have the little Frost Mites of the Frosty there to get out in front. The Queen finishes it off. Poison gets launched. And this would have been the perfect time to revive that Duke. That would have been very useful, and then maybe save that freeze. Luckily, the Root Rider does actually open up the wall, but time is definitely not going to be on his side here. So he's got 20 seconds, and these storages are still up.
Yeah, we have a Warden with a Rage Gem and an Apprentice Warden to help out a little bit with that Queen DPS, but man, there are still 6 buildings left and only 10 seconds. Unless these buildings are low health, I just don't see it happening. Oh my gosh, it's going to be so close, though.
Oh, no.
Oh,
wow.
Heartbreaker.
98% 2-star, and it just came down to some of the small mistakes, possibly with that Duke in the end there, not getting it. So that could really hurt your chances of winning this one. So it is a defense for polarization for Reaper X GBS. So very nice try from Gonzo. And unfortunately, the 2-star could cost you because we just saw 2 perfect wars in a row, which was what they were trying to see. We also had 13 triples in a row between all the matches. Yeah. But now we're seeing ASL coming in with the Royal Champion and that Warden charge to work together with a handful of invises.
Yeah, we're going to start off. We do a directional invis to make the path towards that seasonal defense and maybe misplace an invis spell here just a little bit. And because of that, we're going to have to overlap our spells quite a bit. Man, the Royal Champion is so low. We do set a good funnel, though, and take out a very hard-to-reach defense because of the way the walls are around that seasonal defense. And we've got a really nice path towards this Eagle Artillery. We just need to make sure that these defenses around that air defense by the Queen and the Siege Barracks go down so that the Root Riders actually path to the Eagle and not down and skip it. So we'll have to make sure to see if he put those down early enough.
Let's see. They are moving down to the bottom. Pops the RC. Okay, she can snipe the Eagle with ease with her Rocket Spear, so that's not a worry. That will go down as he does pair in the Skelly spell onto the Monolith to distract it. So he takes that down super easily. But are you going to overgrowth the Town Hall? There we go. Yes, we've been seeing a lot of Town Hall overgrowth with Town Hall 15 here.
Yeah, we do have the Warden ability already used, so when this wears off, we will have to deal with the Town Hall explosion, the Town Hall itself, and the Giga Bomb, as well as the heroes that are there, because we're going to be stalled up by these ice columns long enough. So I wonder if not delaying his Warden ability a little bit might come to hurt him here a little bit, because, man, those Town Halls do so much damage. We have one Ice Block spell, but that is it.
Oh, he can't reach it. The Queen is still behind the wall at this point. Does go with the Ice Block. He does have the Revenge deck, so he is firing back. And there is anything that's good. The Topside Air Expo, I remember, was super low. So that's like just one tap of health remaining if it comes down to that. The multi goes down. Air Skelly's pop. Duke dies, but comes back to life. And now it's a race against the clock here.
98% will tie this war up on percentage. So we do need to keep that number in mind. There is 40 seconds left that we can get some percentage. I'm hoping that Phoenix can get that Tesla down before it dies, before getting that gold storage down. Oh, the Queen going down is painful.
Yeah, that Queen had to stay alive. Unfortunately, it took so long to get to that Town Hall, and he wasn't able to get it. So this is going to be a 2-star. They started off with a triple, but unfortunately, they're bringing it right back in the lower percent. So if we have a triple from Dead Division, they swing right back into the driver's seat. And with this being a 3 versus 3, they will have their opportunity to win. So if they triple their final 2 attacks, they get a golden ticket just like that.
Yeah, we do want to keep in mind the Dead Division have, if they triple their next hit, they will have an 11 building lead going into the last round of attacks, which is a big deal. But we don't know. I mean, maybe somebody else will fail or something else happens, right? But that is a number that we'll want to keep in the back of our minds going into the rest of the hits for this war.
Yeah, and the pressure is mounting. They can feel it. The golden ticket is within grasp. They're coming so close. Can they get it? Oh, we're seeing now the Duke come in from the bottom side at 6 across his face. Earthquakes, lightning as well. Arrow for the Queen. Where is it? Oh, the Monolith stays. He missed the arrow.
2x2 buildings are the most difficult to use as an anchor for your giant arrow because they have the smallest hitbox. So if you move your Queen just a little bit to the left or right, it's going to change the direction of that giant arrow much more than a 3x3 or a 4x4 building. So those arrows are extremely tough to hit, and you see that here, right? He missed the Eagle, he missed the Monolith. We'll have to see if he can kind of recover and still walk away with a 3-star here. But definitely probably not the start that he was hoping to get.
Now he's still pushing his way through the court into that Monolith. We're going to see that Warden ability being used now. The defensive Mini Prince goes out and pulls out a triple Ice Golem CC, but now he overgrows. Oh, they're barely alive. Oh, they're literally just one tap away from death as that Monolith did get overgrowth, so he's going to have to wait for it to come back from that overgrowth, and that's going to be a pain.
One multi-inferno tap by these healers or one red air bomb could end this raid at this point. Or what if they walk into the poison for the Town Hall 15?
Oh,
is it worn out yet?
Yeah,
okay, wow, that's lucky.
Luckily it's
close.
gone. But he loses his Royal Champion. The Queen needs to work to this Monolith. He has to invest that spell there. Try to keep
she
Queen,
gets left out of the Dragon Duke.
Go back to the Monolith, Queen!
This is exactly something that my Queen would do. Oh no, the single Inferno locks onto the Dragon Duke and we don't have any spells to help him out. Not like this.
Hold. Get through.
The Queen cannot reach the Monolith.
Come back.
Oh, she's... Oh. How much health does the Monolith have? Oh, no.
Wait, we're fine. We got the Warden still barely alive. We got Roots moving through with just about a minute left. The Monolith does go down in the end. So, That will be a triple there for Dead Division, meaning they take the lead on percent. So if Reaper X GBS triple, that will then put the pressure back onto Dead Division. They will have to triple to close this one out.
Yeah, if I was DD iSafe, I would be wiping the sweat off my forehead there a little bit because every one of these attacks are so important. There are 2 attacks left in this war that will determine who gets a golden ticket this month. And last up for Reaper X GBS is going to be a Moo, and we're seeing another Super Minion Fireball attack.
And we are going to see the Fireball going to come in and try to get some value onto the possibly the Rage Bell Tower off to the right. Possibly.
Yeah.
Oh no, he
he's
goes
going to.
Flamefinger. You have to distract that mortar though, because if you don't, then that. Oh, okay. So that mortar is hopefully going to be distracted. I don't think so. It's going to take some damage on the Flamefinger, but the ward is down. The healer's getting hit.
Okay, we get the Clan Castle with the Fireball before drying anything out. The Warden's alive. The Flameflinger did take 1 shot. Man, I feel increased pressure even just watching this because it feels like everything's on a knife's edge right now, right? The Flameflinger was a little scary. The Warden seemed a little scary with the Fireball, but he did get them both off successfully. So, excellent start to the attack so far.
Yeah, with that Warden pushing through the left side, he's going to continue. No recall for him, so he just got to keep getting that value over there. Then we'll be able to push through with the Duke, Queen. He has lightning and no earthquake, so 2 lightnings to utilize. 5 super minions as well, so he's got to take his time as he will eventually set up the rest of his attack. He does use the Duke ability and the arrow. Takes out the single down south, but Eagle is still up there.
He did. Man, that is an impressive arrow to hit across the map. To hit a 2x2 building that far away is really good. Wow, the Warden's so low. He does get healed up. He's fine now. We're going to be starting our hero dive from the funnel that this Flameflinger has created, and we did activate the Rage Tower early, which is very nice. We've got Ice Golems coming in to try and help freeze up some of these defenses. The King with that Snake Bracelet, or the Stick Horse and the Spiky Ball, heads into that Town Hall compartment first. We have 3 freezes, a revive, and a poison spell to 3-star this base, and this needs to be a triple, or else their hopes of going and getting a golden ticket after this war, it's not looking very good.
Well, you always have this chance in the lower bracket, but we're seeing Air Skellies pop from the bottom, 53 seconds. The Warden is hanging on, so he gets revived back to full, but the Duke is there. He sends Headhunters. Was it too late? Headhunters, you need to get to the Duke to slow him down, and they do slow him down. Revives the Duke. Now pulls Sticky Airbites, Air Skellies, and the red air bomb in the core, which is going to pull the Warden, meaning time for the Warden to stay solo is not going to be there. And we have 2 air defenses still remaining on the backside with under 30 seconds now.
Yeah, I think he needed to use some of these freeze spells with his hero dive to keep them alive a little bit longer. Man, there's 20 seconds left. There is still a tiny chance that this 3 stars. We get that air defense on the right-hand side. That means the super minions will go unattested. Can he get this? There's 10 seconds left. There's not a lot left.
Oh, there's 10 seconds. There's 10 seconds. Oh, wait a second. It's a low hero.
Oh, my gosh.
It's a low hero. Come on, take down the ground X-Ball. No, a 989. If he dropped the super minion to the bottom side just a little bit earlier, it would have been a 3-star.
What a heartbreaking way to end a raid. A 99% of time fell, and that last building had like 10% of its health left. It was like a 99.9% time fell.
Oh, and we're jumping
We are
straight
moving
away
into the last.
Yeah, so we are in with the last attack of Thunder. As if he gets a 2-star percentage, they will get the victory as well. But he obviously is going for a 3. But this looks like it's all or nothing because the Town Hall is to the far right side of this base. So this could be a 1 if he's not careful enough to get into the Town Hall.
Yeah, the Root Riders have an excellent path right now. When this Overgrowth wears off, maybe they'll split up a little bit, but we do need to have a good way to deal with this Town Hall. And with all of the defenses that are still left, there's no healers either. What happened to the healers? They're gone.
They're gone. He needs to get an 89% 2-star to secure the victory. Pops the Warden now. Still moving through. The RC can help try to damage the Town Hall. Won't be able to finish it off, but he does have the revive. So the RC is dead. Do the roots path their way to it? Yes, they do. Remember, the town hall is a defensive building, so he can path to it. The queen's dead. He needs the 89%. Oh, the warden's gone. The P.E.K.K.A.'s trying to get... No.
The dragon...
Wait.
We're not... Oh.
Wait. He revives the RC.
Oh.
Tornado
Can the RC get the percentage, though? Oh,
no, she won't. She won't even get the town hall. It's a 1-star. And Reaper X GBS hold on in the end. And they win by a star. What a roller coaster at the end there. And Dead Division, unfortunately, took the risk. And it didn't pay off. So Reaper X GBS will advance to the grand finals, which means, congratulations, they have earned the very first golden ticket of this monthly finals, and we still have one more golden ticket to be handing out, and Dead Division will have a shot. If they win their next one, they will get the golden ticket. But oh, that 1-star is a gut punch right there.
Yeah, that I must have missed what happened to the healers, but when stuff like this happens, if you walk into like a red air bomb farm, you can be careful and have cocoa loons and things to help search for those traps. But sometimes it does feel a little bit like rock, paper, scissors. And if you just choose to walk in from the wrong side, there's not much you can do from an attacking player's point of view. So very good base building from Reaper X GBS and predicting where the entry was going to be. And that saved them. That got them their golden ticket. That base did.
Yes, indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we have at least 3 more matches here today, starting with WompWomp Gaming versus 12 Eyes, a rematch of the very first match up at the top left, where 12 Eyes actually got a perfect war against WompWomp Gaming, who WompWomp already actually has a golden ticket. They came in second place in last month's monthly final, so they're just playing for prize money, while 12 Eyes is trying to get the golden ticket for this month. So pressure is on them as we are getting ready for this next match here.
Yeah, statistically speaking, these two teams are fairly close to each other too, with WompWomp Gaming maybe having the tiniest of margins as far as the lead goes. I guess if we look at the 3-star rate, there is a little bit of disparity there, but both of these teams are coming off of a perfect war. They are in peak form right now and locked in, because 12 Eyes, they're fighting for a golden ticket, but WompWomp, they definitely just want some more money.
Yeah, and a player to keep your eye on for 12 Eyes is going to be Wei, who's been coming in with the Mass Valkyries, and that is able to help bring their time down. So will that put pressure onto WompWomp? Will we see Wei lead it off, coming with one of the first attacks for 12 Eyes? Because that could be some pressure. And look at that. It is. Wei is the first. It's like he was listening. He's like, you know what, Carbon? All right, I will lead it off for my team, and I will bring the Valks again.
Yeah, he really is the only player at Town Hall 15 that can pull this off. He's the only one that we've seen do it, and every attack we've seen from him so far has been a 3-star, so he understands this attack extremely well.
Well, he's starting it off now with the Valkyrie straight away into the monolith area, tapping his way towards this Town Hall. Rockland's off to the right to help that Duke move his way through. And then Overgrow straight away on the Town Hall, not waiting around to make sure that it's stuck and not going to be able to do all this damage. And he's going to go with the Warden ability. He's going to go with the torch to walk through these walls.
Yeah, the Queen has access to those defenses on the right, and she walks through the wall just barely at the end, just at the very nick of the edge of that heroic torch ability. Once the Town Hall wears off, that's really the only... Well, we've got the Eagle Artillery with the Poison Tower next to it, too, and we're skipping the Town Hall Carbon. That's going to be the last thing that we're going to deal with, I think, this raid.
He's got 3 phrases, a Poison and a Revive. He does revive the Duke, I believe? Maybe?
I think he just swagged it.
Oh, no. I was like, yeah, because I don't see it. I know. I was like, wait, the Duke is still alive. The Phoenix is... Wait, no, the Phoenix is there. The Phoenix wouldn't normally be there if the Duke died, right? So
yeah, he accidentally dropped it instead of the freeze on the Eagle and the Expo.
Oh, hold on. The King.
We have one freeze left.
Freeze.
Oh, everything's so low, Carbon.
No!
Oh my gosh.
No.
Not like this.
No.
He has the Phoenix.
Oh. No,
wait,
but
no,
they
he
already
doesn't.
went. No, it
Oh,
already
no.
activated. It already activated. The Phoenix was there, so he couldn't come back and like deal all that damage. It can't be a
Oh.
98% 1-star. Oh no!
That is
Wow.
so unfortunate, and there's a lot left in this war, but up to this point, a 1-star has almost been like a death sentence, for lack of
Yeah.
a better word. It's 2 stars is incredibly hard to make up for.
Ah, my goodness. Unfortunately, there for Way came in with the Valks, tried to be quick with it too, and overgrowthing on the town hall, that is some of the risks where you ignore it. You have to leave it for the end, finish off on it, and you take the risk. It did not get it, but Alex is in. He's the highest hit rate attacker for WompWomp Gaming, but he also has the highest 1-star too. He didn't 1-star last time, so if he does, you know what? We saw it from 12 Eyes. It can happen. But Valks,
Yeah.
not the case here. Roots are coming in, freezing that Miloff as he's pushing his way into the middle.
I will say, all of these players that we're seeing today are hitting some of the most difficult giant arrows you could imagine. It's really impressive to see them lock in and hit those arrows across the entire map, especially when aiming for 2x2 buildings or a clan castle, which is extremely important to get down. It looks like the Dragon Duke's going to get that multi-inferno. We're going to be pathing away from the town hall here a little bit, but actually maybe the tornado will keep us here long enough for when the town hall gets unovergrowthed.
Oh, he is passing right by. He pops the RC ability. Town hall is back. Nice freeze. RC turns right around. Perfect timing here. Healers are taking quite a bit of damage, but do survive the red air bombs. Revives the Duke. Has an invis. Healers are going to die to the poison.
Yeah.
Yep,
and the Warden did go down, so we have no more Rage Gem either. What can take down the Dragon Duke at this point is the question that I'm asking. It's the Scatter Shot, and it's locked onto him right now.
I mean, the Scatter Shot, and then, of course, it's the classic Seeking Air Mine, right?
I guess that's true.
By the Wizard at 6 o'clock, there's got to be 1 to 2 Seeking Air Mines. That's just how it is, hold on, let me flip through the script here on the Seeking Air. Oh yeah, there's gotta be one there at this point. Every time I say it, we gotta be. Hold on.
Okay, that's one.
Gosh.
He's alive.
Okay, he's still alive. But he's gonna take damage of the Wizard Tower.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, minute left. It's all about the traps. Where are the traps? Super minion, clutch, nice health, getting the value. Okay.
I mean, so a super minion will die to 1 black mine, and the Dragon Duke is low enough. Yeah.
He's got it.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Whew. There's no Seeking Air Mine down here.
Coco super minion here in this raid.
Yeah.
Making sure that Dragon Duke can make it there.
Wow. Oh, he barely just takes that one down. And a 3-star for Alex in the end. And that is a huge lead. Getting a 3-star for yourself and then a 1-star against you. That is a big advantage now for WompWomp Gaming.
Yeah, what a start. Now, keep in mind that we do have for 12 Eyes a lot of percent, right? It was a 98% 1-star. So
True.
if they can defend their last 2 attacks, depending on the percentage, I mean, it's not over yet. I'm trying to replay over different scenarios in my head right now and not get too excited or anything, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. Their percentage was fantastic during that 1-star hit, but we are going to move into their second hit, which is Vincent, and he is using Root Riders as well. It looks like we're going to have a giant arrow and the backpack from the Dragon Duke to open us out.
But this has to be a triple. Like, there's no way around it. This must 3-star to give them a shot. As we are seeing now the Duke continue through, did remove the Clan Castle. Eagle Artillery is standing on the backside of this base, not yet activated, almost will be though. Continuing through, the Royal Champion has burned her ability, getting all this value. He will set up the Root Riders when? Maybe with the Queen? He's being patient here.
Yeah, is the Royal Champion supposed to be responsible for the Town Hall right now? I think she is, but she got distracted by skeletons. Oh my gosh, she goes down.
No,
the Queen's down too.
The town hall was supposed to go down. Unfortunately, it's not only not going down, but it's getting repaired, and it's getting back up to full health slowly from the builder. As we got Valks coming down, Roots are trying to move their way through. The P.E.K.K.A. coming from that siege barracks, but the town hall is going to be firing, and it's going to be nasty. What is the plan for it? Because if he overgrows it, I mean, this can't be another one-star.
Yeah, I don't think you can risk overgrowthing the town hall, and I've got some bad news carving it. Well, it goes from bad to worse. That Dragon Duke died right next to a single Inferno and near a monolith, so reviving him is going to be very tricky. So actually, we overgrowth both of those buildings. Maybe we can utilize this time to revive the Dragon Duke and have him go separate from the army.
No, he's going to wait. He's going to leave it up. He is going to skelly the core while we have P.E.K.K.A.'s tanking the shots of the Eagle Artillery. These Roots are going so slow through that poison of the Town Hall. We still have a freeze. He's got to save it for the Duke, I believe. When do you revive him? The single target's going to be firing back. The Eagle Artillery is dealing a lot of damage. These healers are barely alive. There it is. There it is. You can tank damage of the single for a little bit. You don't have to use any freeze just yet. You didn't have to use it at all. Okay, you took it down pretty quickly.
So now we can freeze. I think the air defense would probably be the best choice to keep the Dragon Duke alive, because I don't think you want to invest in the Root Riders at this point. The Dragon Duke's the fastest, tankiest thing that's on the map right now. Man, that Eagle does so much damage. I'm not used to seeing that interaction, but the Eagle does a lot to the Dragon Duke.
Yeah, it did quite a bit. The healers are trying to heal this Warden up. Now it's just to become a Warden walk in the end. Warden can... Oh, yes. Valkyrie finishes off the Eagle, so no more damage from that. I think that's the last Furnace Mites trying to jump through to that cannon. 30 seconds left. It's up to this Warden. You got to just finish off these buildings. I don't know. Luckily,
there's cleanup minions in there. There's nothing that can hit those minions because the Warden will get the Wizard Tower. Can they work together long enough? And if that Valkyrie breaks through a wall, that is a little bit of extra damage that they can have.
Step
only
into
10
the minions.
seconds-ish.
Step into the minions to rage those minions up with your rage. Okay, one of them gets raged. Not anymore. But there's not enough time. The Warden's not going to get it. And unfortunately for 12 Eyes, they started with a 1-star. They get a 2-star. And that is just heartbreaking, especially being in a 3 versus 3 match. So WompWomp, they get a triple. They'll be up by 3, and they are in full control of this match.
Yeah, it's not looking good right now for 12 Eyes. Looks like, man, that is a heartbreaking way to end a raid too, because 2 buildings and both low health buildings, usually typically not a very big issue. But we do need to find out if WompWomp can capitalize on these fails, though. TomTom is going to be next up, and he is using the Rocket Backpack paired with the Revenge deck. So we're actually seeing both epics on the Dragon Duke for the first time that I can remember. We'll have to see exactly how he uses this.
Well, he's got that Duke that did fly across his face. Queen is moving in with the Roots, looks like, because you want to have that Warden alive with the Roots and the Queen together so they can all synergize and get this value. As we got a Siege Barracks to the far right. Ice Golem's coming out to defend this space, and he is going and investing that Ice Block onto the Duke to try to get that value of the Revenge deck.
We do overgrowth the Town Hall. It looks like there's enough stuff left over so that I can't imagine that's going to be the last thing that we go for. So maybe a well-timed and placed overgrowth. Not really worrying about this being a 1-star, I don't think. The Dragon Duke does go down. Trying to see... It does look like things kind of fizzled out in the core a little bit. Those Ice Golems from the CC slowed things down, and there's only 2 Root Riders left, it looks like. Oh, there's one up at the top that you can kind of see there, but they're in the poison now.
He's trying with 1 revive and an invis. Can revive that Duke, but he's waiting patiently to do it. Queen continues her way through this core with the healers, minion to the far left. But luckily, the World Champion is still alive. Do you invest the invis for her? No, he goes with the invis right off the bat for the Duke. Interesting enough. I don't know.
I think he swagged it. I think he meant to revive the Duke and use the invis instead. Oh, the Royal Champion goes down. But the Dragon Duke is very healthy.
Okay. It's taking some damage, but it's okay. The Warden's still alive with the Queen. 1:17. And this will be a 3-star for TomTom. And that puts them to 6 stars in this one. Even if 12 Eyes get a triple in their next attack, that would put them to 6. So all WompWomp Gaming would have to get is a single star in their final attack, and they will win this match, setting them to the lower bracket finals, where they're trying to make it back to the grand finals and try to earn the first place prize money. So what Tom GG getting that one there, a 3-star for them. And the crazy thing for 12 Eyes is they got a perfect war in the first war, which was against this team right here. And then they got another perfect war in the lower bracket. And unfortunately, they just couldn't keep up that momentum, and that cost them. And you just can't afford a single slip up.
Yeah, you're exactly right. But we do have 2 attacks to go, so we're not quite done yet. Get Wrecked is in next, and he is using the Fireball Super Minion attack. And it does feel a little bit hopeless here for 12 Eyes, because they know if WompWomp get a single star on their last attack, then they automatically lose on stars. But you've got to do these attacks anyway. Hopefully we can see him end on a high note to get a triple here. Man, we have great fireball value around that Rage Tower. There are a lot of defenses sitting right next to each other.
Yep, it's just waiting to be picked off here. No ice block for the Warden, so you got to make sure you time this properly. Otherwise, the Warden will start to go flying somewhere and moving quickly. But we're going to see the Warden continue to step up, because look, these are all defenses. You go invis, and the Warden has nowhere to go just to move past. Oh. Okay, he does hit this compartment, does get that value. Wow, that was a nice Warden fireball there. And a perfect recall.
Yeah, that executing a fireball when there's only defenses around your Warden is definitely a tightrope walk, and it can go bad very quickly, but he did pull it off just perfectly and got the fireball off, recalled the Warden without dying, and he hit his target with the giant arrow in the backpack as well. So an excellent start to this raid for Get Wrecked. You can see the King's over there, and he's responsible to deal with that Eagle artillery up there at about 1 o'clock, and with that stick horse, I mean, he could just walk over the walls and deal with it no problem. He also has the spiky ball equipped too.
He's just slowly moving his way through the bottom side. Handful of super minions look to pick off some value around the space with a couple rocket loons. He is liking this one here. Yes, he knows the fate of his team, but he's still pushing through. I don't know what he's saying. He's saying something with 5. I'm not sure entirely. With a single target inferno to the bottom, Catapult down there. Still trying to path his way right through the bottom compartment as the rockaloons are going in.
Yeah, that single inferno could be a little bit scary, because you don't have any spells to distract it if it does lock onto your heroes. So that could be a problem. But there are still a lot of other little things around the map that can help distract it and keep it going for a little bit longer. Oh, what is the Warden doing? Oh, he decides to take a hike.
Yeah, the Diggy stuns that Sango a little bit right there, while Super Minions are trying to come in, pick off the Queen. Okay, it barely hangs on, but the Super Minion does finish off the Kegbolt, trying to get this final section of the base. Warden is going for the Wizard Tower, has a few minions. The Super Yeti is there getting through, but remember, we have the Super Yeti mites that can jump the wall and help damage these defenses, as just the one little Archer Tower remains.
Yeah, this will definitely be a triple, unless the Warden attacks a wall. Oh no, the King's walking around, so he shouldn't. Man, it did get a little close for time, but we do get a triple, end on a high note. Keep in mind, one thing that's a little bit, like, it adds to the heartbreak is both of the fails for 12 Eyes were so close to being 3 stars. I think they were both 98%.
Yep, they were.
One was a time fail.
One was a 98% 1-star. The other one's a 98% 2-star. So literally 4% away from a perfect war. 4 buildings.
Yeah.
And one of those happens to be the town hall. So yeah, that is just heartbreaking there. But we are now seeing the final attack from WompWomp Gaming coming in. All he needs is a single star to coast their way to the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, and we've got Root Riders, which I think is probably, everybody thinks is the most powerful attack. So all we got to do is get a star here. We move on. So this attack may be a little bit more of a formality, but man, every single war this far up to this point has had some very intense moments. And most of these wars, you really don't know who's going to win until the last raid. So a very fun tournament for sure up to this point. Town Hall 15 is I mean, it's caught me by surprise. Very, very awesome.
Yeah, especially when the wars can either be perfect wars, not even. It's awesome when they literally, you just don't know what to expect. And when there's a ton of different teams that make it in the next month. That means it's not a guarantee. It's not easy. Any team has a shot. And even if you're listening and watching right now, that means, yes, if you have a 10 on 15, you've got a shot to take on these teams next month. If you think you can beat them, prove it. Sign up for the Town Hall 15 competition. Form a team of 3. That's it. You just have to find two friends who have Town Hall 15s, and you can be competing in the qualifiers and then try to make it to a monthly finals, as WompWomp Gaming are not only going to finish off getting a star, not only going to be able to get the 2-star, but also delivering a 3-star in the end for another perfect war in these matches.
Yeah, WompWomp Gaming are on fire. They have had 2 perfect wars in a row and are moving back and making their way up to help add to their prize pool a little bit. Keep in mind, they already have a golden ticket, so they're just purely here for money at this point. Very nicely done by them. Unfortunate to see 12 Eyes go out like that because, man, this was such a close war. It looks like they probably would have lost on time anyway if they had triple those 2 attacks. So,
yeah.
But congratulations to WompWomp Gaming. They move on to the lower bracket finals.
And we are down to the final 2 matches, a possible 3rd match if a bracket reset does occur. That is where the lower bracket team must win 2 matches in a row to force a bracket reset. But a perfect war here, and look at that percent, 98.67 there for 12 Eyes. 4 buildings away from a perfect war themselves. The stats, it seems way further than it actually was in terms of the stars, but just a few things did not go the way of 12 Eyes, which cost them there.
Yeah, that goes to show the importance of little things during these attacks, right? Just 2 buildings is almost nothing, it feels like. And had he just executed 1 spell a tiny bit better or deployed things a little bit earlier, then maybe they walk away and tie on stars. But
oh, that's right. That division, I didn't even think about that. Get a golden ticket.
Oh,
wait,
yes.
you are probably wondering, wait, what does this mean? Is this an error? No, because WompWomp Gaming won, that means Dead Division have automatically finished in the top 3. And if one of those teams has a golden ticket, and which WompWomp Gaming does, Dead Division has obtained the golden ticket for this month. So now it's just fighting for prize money. I didn't even think about that. That kind of crossed my head there. So Dead Division was rooting for WompWomp Gaming in the end.
Yeah, I didn't realize that either. But yeah, you're exactly right. All 3 of these teams now have golden tickets. So we're really seeing the best of the best to end the matches off. And they're just fighting for prize money at this point, but also a little bit of pride. You want to be able to say that you won the entire month, right?
I mean, you want to kind of feel like you're Zeus Esports at Channel 18, right? You want to just win and win and win and win. Can you keep winning the future monthly finals? I mean, WompWomp Gaming, they're going for the revenge. They're mad that they lost the first monthly finals. They're like, you know what? We got to prove that we can win this one here. And ladies and gentlemen, we have more rewards to give away to you all at home. So we will share the QR code and the links in the chat so you can get now the pancakes to be able to obtain and put onto your accounts.
Yes, and just a reminder for anybody tuning in or that hasn't seen it previously, you have 5 minutes to claim this reward. So make sure that you scan that now. Don't save it for later. And take advantage of these power pancakes. Yeah, we have more rewards coming up after the finals, though, which is the Builder Bite, if I remember correctly. So don't go anywhere. Not only do we have more rewards, we have awesome matches between the best of the best teams at Town Hall 15.
Yeah, will we see more perfect wars between these teams here? Only time will tell. They've been delivering the 3 stars left and right, and I mean, we talked about at the very start. You said, well, no perfect wars in the very last month. And then let alone this one, we're having, or no perfect wars, and maybe not even a perfect war. But now things are changing. It possibly could be the fact that these players are starting to find their groove. They're starting to really have a lot more practice time with these strategies and these metas. And they're really able to dial in how to take these bases down, and not only take them down, but they're starting to do it pretty efficiently.
Yeah, not only are they on a lot of these attacks three-starring, but some of these are very fast and they look very comfortable and there's overkill. I think all of these players have just decided to lock in and there's a lot on the line, right? And
Yeah.
at the finals at the Town Hall 15 Worlds that they're going to have later this year, there's going to be an opportunity for even more money. So there is a lot of prize money and prestige on the line and bragging rights that these players can claim by performing well in these tournaments. So it's worth it to practice and get better.
Yeah, we take a look at the roadmap once again. This is how the teams earn their golden tickets. So July and August, 2 teams earn golden tickets, which we have already now given out. There's only one more monthly finals, which is in September. And then, depending on how the teams are shaping up, you get leaderboard points. And whoever has the top leaderboard points, the top 8, are then going to be able to play in the last chance qualifiers. But you remove all the teams with golden tickets. So no team with a golden ticket will compete in the last chance qualifier. And then you win that, you get an additional golden ticket. And there was also a Chinese qualifier that already occurred, and we already have given that away. So at the end of the day, only 3 golden tickets remain. 2 for September and 1 for the last chance qualifier. And here's all the teams we have that have 1 golden ticket so far: 2 from July and 2 from this month. And there will just be a few more to round out the top 8.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that we're already more than halfway through the golden tickets, but here's the format for these wars. Obviously 3v3 in esports mode, and for those of you who don't know, esports mode is tough. The enemy defenses get a 25% boost in damage, as well as the enemy heroes, and your attacking heroes get a 20% nerf to their health and attack. And then on top of that, in esports mode specifically, your equipment is nerfed. 3 levels for the common equipment and 6 for the epic equipment. We're rearing the edge of this double elimination bracket, though, and we only have 2, maybe potentially 3 matches left if there can be a bracket reset in the finals. And we've got the golden ticket winners already this month. We're just going to have to see which teams can win for bragging rights.
And of course, the bragging rights comes with some prize money too. You just don't get bragging rights with nothing, but just making it to the monthly finals to earn some money, $360. It starts to ramp up pretty quickly. And this is now what every team is fighting for, because the golden tickets for this month have been handed out. So now that is not what they are going for, since those are locked up. It's the first place prize, $2,280 for first place, split between the 3 players. But of course, you can keep making it to each of the monthly finals and keep racking up that prize money as you are trying to earn more and more money through these competitions. But we are getting ready for the lower bracket finals. Winner of this goes to the grand finals. And again, they're going to have to force a bracket reset. So it is not an easy task to do, but you have to focus. And perfect wars possibly will have to be on deck as we're getting ready for WompWomp Gaming taking on Dead Division here.
Yeah, keep in mind, I think Dead Division, they're coming off of their narrow loss to Reaper X GBS up there in the upper bracket. So they're coming down. WompWomp Gaming have just been on a tear. They have 2 perfect wars behind their belt in the recent wars. Their average 3-star rate looks excellent. Their average duration is lower. It's going to be tough for Dead Division, but we have to keep in mind that it seems like teams have just today, for whatever reason, decided to lock in and just be better than they normally are.
Yeah, they've just been doing really well so far in today's competition, stepping up to the plate and getting it done. WompWomp Gaming are looking to continue to ride the wave of momentum. Dead Division did get sent down here to the lower bracket, but they are looking to bounce back to try to earn some more of the prize money. At this point, the golden tickets are in each of these teams' hands. Let's take a look at the player stats individually and see which one is standing out to us.
Yeah, you're going to be comparing, I think the stat that you're going to want to pay the most attention to on this screen is the 3-star rate there in the middle. And if you look at those 2 numbers, WompWomp Gaming definitely have a clear advantage over Dead Division just on paper. 86%. Man, all three of their players in the mid 80s to 90% range, which is just insane for esports mode. But keep in mind, even 78, 67, and 75% is very respectable and extremely hard to do. It just shows how good WompWomp Gaming really are.
And if we're taking a look at some key stats, one, we have Alex, who is one of the fastest attackers at minute 37 for WompWomp. But over on the right side, all the players are well above just about the 2-minute mark. So that is going to something you have to keep in mind. But Thunder, who was one of the final attackers that actually came in for Dead Division in their previous match, he got a 1-star in his last attack where he was ending on the Town Hall. So he's looking to probably turn that one around and not get a 1-star yet again, especially here in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, this is definitely a match that they're going to have to bring their A game, because WompWomp, if you're in Dead Division's position right now, you almost just have to hope for a defense more than guarantee that you go perfect this war, because WompWomp Gaming have 6 triples in a row under their belt, and looking at their 3-star rate, you almost just have to expect that they're probably going to get 8 or maybe even 9 stars this war. So making sure that you're performing offensively, but man, I wonder if they've changed clan castles around or something to try and trip these players up a little bit, because nobody can do that right now against WompWomp Gaming.
Yeah, you have to do something, just the tiniest bit of trying to trap an entry, all right, at these bases, not necessarily trying to stop a triple, but trying to bait a certain attack against the base to try to then prevent the Duke from getting the value, getting the Queen Arrow through the base. And really, we've seen a lot of the attacks that if that Queen Arrow misses the critical value, then things start to look way different and they have to adjust the plan.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I'm hoping that one thing that we can see is another variety of strategies. It's been every single war up to this point where we've seen a little bit of everything. It seems like Root Riders are probably the most common, but not enough to where you get a little bummed when you see them in the raid, right? You see a little bit of everything. And there's also some very unique openers for the Root Riders as well. You get the Royal Champion charged with the Warden. You get the Giant Arrow with the backpack to set up a funnel and get some value in the core. But a lot of these players are using strategies that we've never really seen before. Like in an esports match, I've never seen the Mass Valkyrie strategy that Way from 12 Eyes has used, which is really cool. That Super Minion Fireball attack has made its appearance a few times. These players, when you can diversify your attacks, it really emphasizes how good you are at the game.
Yeah, and also being able to bring all these different attacks means that it's hard to plan against you, because then you can bring all these different hits. You can't really try to bait a certain attack, because you have to either really hyper focus and try to make the bait or the base look like a certain attack is really good for it, then really just send all the traps in and try to bait and trap it, or you try to have a base that kind of covers a wide variety of attacks, but then you run the risk of that not really working well, because if they take a different entry to the base, then it could be complete overkill and they could possibly take that base down really quickly. So it's really hard. I'm not a base builder, so I don't know what the right answer here is. What approach do you take? I guess you kind of just, you build your base, you test against some of the top strategies, you hope and cross your fingers that it defends, and then you just have to perform on the offensive side.
Yeah, I know that at least at Town Hall 18, where I'm a little bit more familiar with, a lot of these players will prepare for matches ahead of them by watching where the opponent likes to enter from, and then they'll try and trap that area of the base. But it does feel a little bit like we mentioned earlier, like you're playing rock, paper, scissors. Sometimes you pick a good entry where you're clean and there's nothing to worry about. Other times, it's like that last attack. I can't remember the war, but the healers got taken out right at the beginning and it caused the 1-star, which let 12 Eyes win, if I remember right. I thought that was the right war.
Yeah, and something to mention, like you said, where they go back and watch. Well, that's the one thing about Town Hall 15 versus Town Hall 18. Town Hall 18 and these competitions are covered so much by many of the content creators, where you could watch and go back to watch so many VODs, so many streams, so many YouTube videos. But here at Town Hall 15, a lot of these teams aren't covered at all. So many go under the radar, and you don't know how good they are. All you have is just the stats that are coming in from their hits. So that's where this type of competition almost can be harder to try to plan against, because you don't have that knowledge and that resource base to pull from.
You're exactly right. But all of that planning and hoping and base building, it's all going to come to an end soon, because it looks like we're going to be getting into the next match here, and it's going to be Dead Division starting us off. Gonzo is attacking with Root Riders. What kind of opening are we going to see, though? It looks like he's got the backpack on the Dragon Duke, so it will be a giant arrow. And he does get the clan castle, which was definitely his target there. So great start for Gonzo here. We're gonna have to see what side he wants to enter from with the Root Riders. And it looks like he wants to head right into the Eagle early on, which is a great choice. You can already see some traps. Healers are dying. They're actually, the healers are going to the P.E.K.K.A.s right now.
A lot of traps are in this area. Hopefully at least these balloons control more Seeking Air Mines, because this area has been tested, you think, with giant bombs, tornado traps, Seeking Air Mines quite a bit. But the single target Inferno is locking onto his Dragon Duke, and down he goes, but comes back to life to finish off that single as he's trying to continue their route through. But the Town Hall is overgrowth, so the healers are fighting the red air bombs, and down they go.
Wow, just like we had predicted at the beginning of this attack, you have to just kind of guess where people are going to enter the base from, and they chose right. The healers are gone, and man, if the Royal Champion goes far away from this Town Hall, okay, they freeze. Oh no, she's not going near the Town Hall. When will she path there?
Oh, wait, we have the roots there on the Town Hall, but unfortunately we have a defensive Duke that's there. No, we can't start off with a Warden, so the Warden's barely alive, but the Warden dies. We have a freeze to try to have this one Root Rider, and it dies to the scatter.
He has two sneaky goblins. Is there any way he can get those sneaky goblins to the Town Hall?
No, there's no way. They're invisible. Wear off. The only thing
they're running.
They're trying. He revives the RC to try and finish it off, but it doesn't work. Oh. And Gonzo is gonna unfortunately start off with a 1-star for Dead Division, and that we've seen in the past, in the previous match, is just another gut punch. We can't afford 1-stars, and that overgrowthing Town Hall strategy, yes, it can be strong, but it is so risky.
It was a raid like this, I think, is more of a testament to the skill of the base builder than it is to the lack of skill from the attacker, if you get what I mean. They trapped that base perfectly and read the attacker like a book. He went right where they wanted him to go. So excellent job by WompWomp. You could not trap that base better. If you watched that replay, knew where he was going to go.
I mean, it's like they knew exactly. They saw the future, and he just walked right into all those traps, and that's what we talk about, the difference maker. And WompWomp's bases are standing the test of time here, and that was able to hold a 1-star, and they are going to be able to look to try to coast their way again. They got a 1-star against them in the last match. They get a 1-star in this one. That's back-to-back matches that their bases are holding 1-stars. And unfortunately, overgrowthing in Town Hall just unfortunately comes back to bite him, where overgrowth wears off, doesn't have the troops near to help take it down. But let's see what the plan here for Alex is. Earthquakes, arrow, and the Duke comes across his base, and it misses the CC.
That's not the start you want, definitely. His Dragon Duke just needed to deploy a little bit further down, but he wanted Dragon Duke to go to the right, which is why he angled him in the way that he did. But now we have to deal with 3 Ice Golems coming out of the CC, which can be very annoying. It just stalls us up for, I mean, it feels like 5 minutes when you're in the attack. But yeah, we're going to have to, we use the Warden ability now, which is good. There's no ice block in the army, so when we attack this Town Hall, the Warden ability is definitely going to be worn off, and we're just going to have to tank it. And oh no, we overgrowth the Town Hall. It might be last.
Oh, don't do this to me. Don't do this again. Okay, here we go. Freezing the defensive K. You can't give them a 1-star right back after. Oh no, okay, he's got the Royal Champion. Ability still intact. Queen ability is gone, so you could save the invis for the Queen possibly. Healers are on his Queen, but the Town Hall comes back. Oh no, and he makes the Town Hall visible from the invis spell.
Oh no, we definitely did not script this war, you guys. It's not going to be a 1-star.
No.
Just, oh no.
Hold on,
the Super Minions might get it.
Wow, the super minion save is real.
Oh, that was bad. I don't even skill, luck, you call it what you want, but he did get the 2-star and saves it. And honestly, this looks like there's a good chance this could even be a triple, which there is a revive spell we can use on the Dragon Duke. And yes, it definitely will be a triple, but wow, Alex is just making us stress more than we need to while we're watching this for him. I'm getting like, you know how like you get secondhand embarrassment sometimes? I'm getting secondhand stress for these guys attacking.
Jeez, and he didn't even look stressed. He wasn't even nervous. He's like, I got it. Super minions on the back end. We'll clean up that town hall. And that now puts them up by 2 stars, 3-1 here. And that is huge. Dead Division, we're thinking, wait a second, guys, we might have a shot. We might be able to be back in this match. But no, Alex gets the triple just when you thought he was possibly going to get a 1-star. So that one is a huge attack there for WompWomp to start off with their first attack in this match. Still have 2 attacks from each side, but we have to have back-to-back triples from Dead Division, and then WompWomp has to fall short and stumble on one of their, if not both of their hits.
Yeah, there's definitely a line of miracles that need to happen in order for Dead Division to win this war at this point. They definitely need to defend, which no one can defend WompWomp right now. But on top of that, they have to 3-star themselves, which is extremely difficult, unless you're WompWomp, apparently, because they don't struggle.
I mean, they make you struggle thinking, oh, that's going to be a 1-star, right? We are the ones struggling here, but they are staying calm and collected and delivering the 3 stars here. So now we will jump back to Dead Division. Do we go back to the roots? We've seen some dragons. We've seen a mix of stuff. Well, the only one time we've seen the Valks is coming in from wave. Really only one player has been bringing that. So most likely not going to be a Valk attack. So it is going to be the roots. And there's been a lot of Queen Arrow with the backpack combination. People have been loving this value. And this is looking like WompWomp. It's pretty similar base where we have the Eagle off to the right. And the Clank Castle is to the far left. The CC is nowhere near going down, but I don't think he planned on taking it down because he does have a poison spell.
No, I saw him use some lightning spells on the monolith and a scatter shot on the right, and I think he meant to hit that with his giant arrow and he missed. So that might cause a little bit of a hiccup here, but they should both be really, really low health. And yeah, you can see them go down very quickly, so maybe not really a hiccup after all. Dragon Duke does go down. He will almost get the Expo before the Phoenix ability wears off. And we pop the Warden ability, and the Town Hall is overgrowth. Oh, I saw one red air bomb hit the healers.
Okay, that means there's more. It's coming. Watch out. He's waiting to revive this Duke once the Town Hall is back from the overgrowth. But the single is there, meaning the Duke gets close to this Town Hall. It's going to have to encounter the single target Inferno and be a big problem. But he does have a handful of spells for the Freeze and an Invis.
Yeah, the Root Riders are gone, though. There's just heroes basically left and a couple of spells that we can use. I don't want to say it too early, but that might is there like a might 1-star again?
Wow, interesting freeze. I don't know about that one because what do? Revives the Duke now. He's gonna get in range of the single, makes the RC invisible. She goes and locks down the Town Hall. He's got a poison.
Oh, Dragon Duke's gonna go down to the single Inferno. Can the Royal Champion get the Town Hall before she dies to the single Inferno? Or maybe will she get it anyway?
She's trying to boot her health. We know she dies. Warden,
why are you attacking a wall?
Oh, it's because of the Valk. It's because of the Valk. He's got to go through the next wall. He is, but he's got enough.
There's
Valks.
a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of Valkyries left.
Unless, I mean, even if you find the giant bombs everywhere in here, the Warden still got full health and is a very low single anyways. Clank also goes down. And this will be a 3-star from Thunder. He got a 1-star in the last match. And this one, he delivers a triple in the end. So this is what they needed. It was close. It was scary. But a 3-star for Dead Division. Well done. And a really nice bounce back from your previous hit.
Yeah, he does absolutely redeem himself when at a time where his team needed him to the most. But boy, do these players love to keep us guessing how the attack is going to go right up until the last second. Every single attack feels like it's just right down to the last couple of units, it seems like.
Yeah, it could go either way many times. And The fact that it could also be 1 stars many times, where the overgrowth in the town hall is just keeping us on the edge of the seats there. But now it goes back to WompWomp Gaming. They have been delivering. They've been looking really good. But again, this is the lower bracket. One slip up can cost you, and that 1 star earlier from Dead Division is a problem. They're trying to recover from it, but it's a big ask to try to come back from that, because now WompWomp Gaming, if they get a single triple, they are looking to command their victory. So at this point, Dead Division is hoping that they have 2 fails from WompWomp Gaming to have a shot.
Yeah, they need a big defense right here. And they're kind of hard to come by when you're trying to defend Womp Womp. I think they've got probably 8 or 9 triples in a row at this point, at something close to that. So they seem like they are very locked in and just ready to perform when they're needing to and under pressure. But yeah, it's kind of hoping for a little bit of a miracle, but it's definitely possible for Womp Womp to screw up a couple of attacks.
Yeah, just one little tile placement left or right, and bye does the attack go. Earthquakes across the board. We have the backpack arrow taken out, the Eagle artillery, a couple rocket loons to help assist to move in where the Dragon Duke is. We will then set up the Root Riders. He's not waiting around, as he will have the Royal Champion to move in with the Warden and assist with those roots.
Yeah, we do have an Ice Block spell, which we have the Revenge deck, so we could use that with the Dragon Duke or on the Town Hall when it dies, so that we don't have to tank that Giga Bomb and then the poison afterwards. Luckily, we draw the poison early, so we don't have to worry about that with our Root Riders as we're approaching the Town Hall, and we can delay this Warden ability for as long as we want. Just wait until you get near that Town Hall if I was TomTom right now.
Yeah, if I'm remembering, this base was 1 star actually, because I remember the Kegapult was up top, and the previous attacker sent in a Royal Champion to go grab that Kegapult, then had a loop back around to the Town Hall, and this is what I'm talking about. It's the
They
overgrowth.
just love to do it.
They just love it. They just keep overgrowth in the Town Hall. Why not? You know, just do it. Yeah, sure. It could be good to take out everything around it, but if you don't time it right and things just pass it, you are asking for a 1-star.
Yeah, luckily the Royal Champion should stall up on the King here. Oh man, they got the King really quickly. But yeah, the timing actually was really, really good this time. And everything becomes unovergrowth right when we're on top of it, which is exactly what you want. We have an Invis spell left, which we use on the army that's there. And it looks like Womp Womp are probably going to get another triple.
They are indeed getting a 3-star. All right, TomTom, you love to just play with our heartstrings there. You are delivering a 3-star for Womp Womp, and they are looking to try to coast their way to the grand finals and get their revenge, to try to make up for last month where they came in 2nd place. They're looking to turn that one around and get a victory in the end. But with 2 triples here, it is looking really good for them.
Yeah, one thing that is good for Womp Womp Gaming is if they can get 2 stars on their last attack, they win no matter what happens in this next attack. So a little bit of it feels a little bit hopeless for the other team right now, but you gotta hope for a 1-star defense, and you've got to triple your last attack for any hope to win this match.
I mean, you said there possibly might be an option for 4 stars. I mean, is there some way to how could they pull that off?
Let me call up the CEO of Supercell and see if we can make an exception for this war or something. See if we can find a way to help them get back into this war.
Oh, but it's just seeing just the 1-star. It's just, whenever you do it, the rest of your teammates, they don't want to say anything, but they kind of know, like, well, this is probably the reason why we lost. You want to support your teammates, but like as a player yourself, you're just like, yeah, it's my fault. It comes down to it. I had to get a 1-star. You just have to understand that those things happen, but their opportunity is still there. They still have another chance next month, And then if they don't get it, then it depends on how they do in terms of the leaderboard points. They can then be invited into the last chance qualifier, and then there could be one more golden ticket there. So there's still plenty of opportunities. We've seen from past years and past golden tickets that just making it to a World Finals will give you a chance. And that's all you need. Just have a chance to have the opportunity to try to win it all.
Yeah, and we are going to start the last attack for Dead Division in this war with Root Riders. And it looks like we've got a giant arrow and a jetpack. And we do hit the Clan Castle. The Duke does not path to that Rage Tower, which I don't know if he was hoping to get that down or not, the one near the Town Hall.
Yeah.
But the funnel is fantastic for the Root Riders, though.
Yeah, very nice funnel, but he is going to push through to the left, moving into the multi. Freezing that up before the Rage gets activated, so we're going to get this value. Rocket Room's getting out in front. A couple sneaking runs. Air Skellies as well. And the Queen, where is she gone? Oh, wait, she's going for the bottom side down there. Wait, it is open, so she can get the kickable.
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't notice that wall was... Is she going to, though? She might have to... Okay, she does target it now. Oh, no, it takes her down. And we do overlook the Town Hall. But there is a counter funnel, that empty compartment where the defenses were destroyed up there. And if we pop the rocket spear now, okay, we should path to the Town Hall, so we don't have to worry about that. Warden looks like he's going to go down. We do freeze the Town Hall right at the last second to spare the Warden. None of the healers are trying to heal the Warden at all. And if he walks into the poison, that might be it for him.
And down he goes. The kickable said, come here, and down you go. RC's trying to stay alive. Revives the Duke. The top side into that Eagle artillery. But unfortunately, the Duke's getting hit, but the Diggy does stun that air defense, continuing right around as we have a giant going to walk through these walls. They're around and take out the catapult. Root Rider just decides to open them nonetheless. And the RC is actually staying alive behind the Roots.
Yeah, this Royal Champion put the rest of this attack on her back, and she did so much work after the Warden went down. Nicely done from Saif. There is a tiny sliver of hope that something incredibly wrong could happen at this point, but we're going to have to wait and find out exactly how WompWomp perform in their last attack. And keep in mind, if they triple, they go into the grand finals with 3 perfect wars back to back under their belt.
I mean, WompWomp Gaming, they lost the very first match that they played here to a perfect war. They got sent down to the lower bracket. And then they were like, all right, fine, we will now turn it on. And that's what they've been doing. Perfect war. And they're trying to do another one. And guess what? The team that sent them down to the lower bracket, 12 Eyes, got sent down to the lower bracket as well. And then WompWomp Gaming got their revenge. So they are feeling good for eliminating the team that sent them to the lower bracket, which is just making their run a little bit harder. So that could force a bracket reset if they then make it there, and then if they win that very first match. But now it comes down to this. If they get a 2-star, they lock it up. But of course, they want to go out in style and get another perfect war.
Yeah, if you are Reaper X GBS and you're waiting in the grand finals for the winner of this match right now, we're a good chance that it's going to be WompWomp Gaming. And I wonder what the discourse is between their teammates right now, trying to find a way to stop this. It's like a snowball. Once they got their first perfect war, it just kept happening, and I don't know what can stop them at this point.
Yeah, they figured out the meta, and you know that the teams are going to be taking a look at this and using that for the next month. They're going to be analyzing what WompWomp Gaming's been bringing, because it's been working. And then the enemy teams can try to bait these types of attacks if these are indeed the strongest ones that we're seeing coming in and getting those triples. But, you know, anything can happen. You have to focus up here and get those 2-stars. I've seen crazier things happen where all a player needed was a 2-star, say 50% too, and they end up a 1-star. It's rare, but it does happen.
It happened today. All a team against 12 Eyes had to do was get that 2-star, and they overgrowth the Town Hall, and the Royal Champion got stuck in the tornado right at the very end and couldn't finish the Town Hall off. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Anything could happen, and stranger things have happened. That is absolutely the case.
That is true. That is true. But we are getting ready for the final attack of this match to then lead into the grand finals, which is what the teams are going to be trying to fight for. That first place prize, just over $2,200 is the money on the line. Of course, it's a nice little chunk of change that these teams are fighting for after having their golden tickets secured. So WompWomp Gaming have been on a little bit of a roll through the lower bracket. It kind of feels like they're the Repotted Gaming of Town Hall 18, because Repotted always makes the lower bracket runs, and WompWomp Gaming is making their lower bracket run multiple times now. I just don't know. They just love making it harder on themselves.
Yeah, I don't know if it's for fun and they want more practice or what the deal is. But we are moving into the final attack. It's going to be whiny for WompWomp Gaming. We have Root Riders again. We actually have a Frozen Arrow and a Monolith Arrow, which we have not seen today yet. So Queen charging into this Town Hall compartment. I'm wondering what kind of value he's looking for with this Queen charge and how much time he's going to invest in this Queen charge.
Yeah, time won't matter in the end in terms of the war, obviously, but you have to factor time in for the individual attack, as this Queen is slowly but surely getting through the CC Ice Golems. We do have the Duke continuing. Did pull the poison spell, but it looks like the Queen has 2 wall breakers to help assist. So will he open up the wall to get the Town Hall and get all these heroes? Because he does, that's some good value, but time is ticking for these roots.
Yeah, one thing that the Monolith Arrow allows you to do that basically no other equipment does is just get rid of the high health stuff so quickly. It only takes like 5 or 6 shots to destroy heroes or a Town Hall, and you can really burst those down very quickly, and it's a very safe way to open an attack if you know what you're doing. It's pretty hard to lose your Queen as long as you're placing spells down correctly. Sometimes she'll go to ability, but watch how quickly this Town Hall goes down. Just 5 shots and that was it. And now you don't have to worry about it.
Oh, recall the Queen. Recall the Queen. I think this would be good because you're risking a lot of red air bumps in this area. Let's see. We got the Spring Traps coming in. Seeking Airmine to the left. Everybody's continuing. There is that recall. Pops the Warden ability as he continues through. And there is a redeployment of the Queen, but she is going to stay to the left. Healers, you want to try to? Yes, there we go. Healers transferring to the Warden. Maybe they can move to the Root Riders as the Duke does die. But, hey, all he needed was a star to tie, 2-star to win. He's already obtained that. Continues through. Super Minions coming out of the Siege Barracks. And a Royal Champion still has her ability now.
Yeah, this is looking really good. And it might be their 3rd perfect war in a row. He does still have the Queen ability. I guess it's just the Frozen Arrow Monolith there, so it doesn't really do much. But we've got a revive. We just used on the Dragon Duke. We freeze the Monolith. There's not a lot left at the top of this base. All 4 heroes are alive and healthy. And this looks like it's going to be another crushing 3-star. And WompWomp Gaming going into the grand finals feeling good because they have just gotten 3 perfect wars in a row. And I would honestly feel a little bit nervous as the team in the upper bracket right now, which is odd to say, but that's how I would feel.
Right? As the upper bracket team, are you now the underdogs to WompWomp Gaming for what they've been doing? Perfect war after perfect war after perfect war. Keep it going, WompWomp Gaming. Let's see, as they are now advancing to the grand finals, and it's time for them to try to take their revenge. They came in 2nd place in last month's monthly finals, but it is now their opportunity to try and take first. They're going to have to win back-to-back matches now. We have at least 1 more match, possibly a 2nd if WompWomp Gaming win.
Yeah, and these have been the 2 best looking teams thus far in the tournament, so we should see a great match. These teams have not matched up this month yet either, so we don't really know what to expect from either of these teams, but let's take a look at some of these stats really quickly. Unfortunately, it was that 1 star at the start of the war that sealed the deal and was the final nail in the coffin for Dead Division, but congrats to them for making it to the 3rd place spot, and they did get a golden ticket, so it's not like they walk away with nothing, as well as a little bit of prize pool money.
And the order of the attacks really means everything, because if you get a 1-star at the start of the war, it is such an awful feeling. And then you know the rest of the war and all your clanmates are like, oh, it's over. We're done. Like, we have no chance. But if you get a 1-star in the very end, and you needed a 3 or nothing and you need to be fast, it's a different story, because then it'll be like, oh, well, we lost anyways. And we had to go and risk it for the triple, and it didn't matter. So really, the timing of the 1-star plays a huge role. But here it is, the grand finals, where it is Reaper X GBS taking on WompWomp Gaming. WompWomp Gaming have been on a tear through the lower bracket. Perfect war after perfect war after perfect war. Now Reaper X GBS, it's been some time. They've been on a little bit of a break. So will that affect them? Have they been off for a little bit too long and WompWomp Gaming can come back and hit them right away and they're not ready for it? Or will they be ready and try to take this one in the grand finals? Because all Reaper X GBS needs to do is win this first one, and they are crowned the champions of the August monthly finals.
Yeah, there is an odd feeling looming over this match, though, because like you said, it almost feels like the lower bracket team is the favored team, and that the one in the upper bracket is kind of the underdog. That's the sentiment and the feeling that you get when you're looking at this, which is weird because I can't think of another time where I've ever felt like that. But Reaper X GBS, they've got their hands full, but we haven't seen them play for a little bit, so maybe we've just been used to WompWomp Gaming just dominating everybody up to this point. They're definitely going to have to fight this one out, though, and keep in mind, if you go back to the first place match and you take first, you win double the prize money.
Yep, and that's what they're trying to do. But something you can do at home is trying to earn the rewards, because it is time for the next set of rewards where you can scan the code for 3 million elixir. Go ahead, pull out your phone, scan that now to earn the in-game rewards. The link will also be posted in the chat if you'd like to be able to click that as well. And then there will be another set after the grand final. So go ahead and get your rewards now. Remember, this only lasts for 5 minutes, so hurry up, get it now before it expires and goes away.
Exactly. So make sure to send this link out to your friends and get them to come watch the grand finals of the monthly Town Hall 15 Cup, because this is going to be an awesome match. We've got the 2 best teams, and both of them are on a tear. And I have no idea what to expect. I don't. If you had to ask me, it's like 50-50 who could win this last match right now. I really don't know.
You know what would be fun? If it had a perfect war. Imagine a tiebreaker that didn't come down to time and it came down to 1v1s, where, like, let's say it got harder and harder in terms of, like, you start ranking up the difficulty, and it just, you have to keep going back and forth until someone's finally crowned. Oh man, that'd be crazy. But that's not how it works. It just is straight up the time. So that's where the factor comes into play, where you have to be quick with the attack if you think it comes down to a perfect. We've already have had that scenario, and if you try to be too quick with it, it could lead to a 1-star and really fall apart.
Yeah, it might. If both of these teams feel very comfortable about getting a perfect war, which there's definitely a real chance of that, they might be altering their strategies a little bit or changing the way that they do things a little bit, which you're exactly right, can come back to hurt you a little bit if you don't execute it well, because it's a risk with high risk, high reward. And there's a lot of money on the line right now. They definitely want this. Reaper X GBS definitely want to just close this war and not have to go to a bracket reset, because any momentum you can give WompWomp Gaming at this point adds to the momentum they already have. And it would not be a good feeling for Reaper X GBS.
Yeah, it would not be a good feeling. But now that we're getting ready for the grand finals, we got a quick little interview that we sat down with the players to learn a little bit more. So let's go ahead and listen in and see what we have.
When preparing for the monthly final, we practice on offense and we build bases for the defense. On offense this time, there was a little difference due to the main new Duke equipment. There were some new strategies working, but we were not quite sure how to use, because of stage 2 it was not allowed, so in stage 3 it's first time we see the new equip in action. So yeah, that's definitely new to last month. We really like the new crafted defenses on Town Hall 15 in the Town Hall Cup. There's definitely ways to use them on defense to make the opponent struggle a little bit. Also, with the choice of in between those three new crafted defenses, there are some variants, but we mainly chose one particular crafted defense because we figured it just works the best with the cake. Especially against Root Riders, we figured the Hero Hunter and the Torch is not that strong. Yeah, but we like the cake a lot. So of course, when we qualify for stage 3 again, we always aim for our highest possible position at the end. But knowing that we already have a golden ticket is definitely a good point. But yeah, we are aiming for the best we can achieve. Yeah, I guess you will have to find out. Our message this month is we're not aiming for the second place.
Are not aiming for the second place. You heard it there. They're going for first, and that means in order to get first place, they have to win this war and win the next. They're coming from the lower bracket. They need that bracket reset, and they are trying to win this one. They don't want to be back-to-back second place, runner-ups. No, they want first place and get the first place prize money there.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And they're playing like they want to take first place because, man, they are just on fire today. And other than that first war that they lost, there's like no hope for the other teams, it seems like, at this point. So, yeah, he's exactly right, Alex. And that was Alex. I think he's their highest hit rate player, if I remember right. Yeah, and he's setting the example and just very impressive from WompWomp Gaming.
Yeah, we're getting ready now into the player stats, comparing the two, and we're looking here with, just look over to the right, WompWomp with such high destruction, average stars all above 2.8. And over for Reaper X GBS, we only have one of the players above the 2.8 mark. And let's see, close fails. Okay, so just a little bit of an edge over to the close fails off to the left, which, you know, it can always come down to that, but it has to be the 3 stars. 3 wars in a row for WompWomp Gaming, getting perfect wars. They're looking to do it yet again in this one to put pressure onto Reaper X GBS because WompWomp Gaming have to win 2 wars to be able to crown first place in this monthly final.
Yeah, and one note that we don't have on this screen is the 1-star rate, which we do know was fairly high for Alex, almost 6%. Yeah. So that is something that we'll have to keep in mind, and he hasn't 1-star yet, so I don't want to jinx anybody, but it's just, I think that we'll see these teams probably try to throw a wrench into the gears of the other team because Reaper X GBS, it does feel like, man, they've got to just find a way to trip up one of these players at least once to stand a chance. So I wonder if they'll pull any crazy clan castles, like just full of headhunters to try and catch someone off guard, or if they're just going to play it safe and hope that they can just win how they have been doing it in the past.
You know, if Reaper X GBS, if they can't win this one 2 times in a row, if WompWomp Gaming get a perfect war in this one, and if they do it again, you know what? Maybe, Shock, maybe you and I have to step in. You know, like you have to get through the casters to really get it, you know? Someone has to stop their run. They're just so dominant through that lower bracket. Can they continue with perfect wars? I mean, if you threw me in a Town 15 esports, I'd be getting the 1-star guaranteed.
Yeah, it would be their easiest war yet.
You wouldn't want to be watching that war. We would have no chance whatsoever. I have to be learning from what they are doing. But yeah, no, it's been an impressive run for WompWomp Gaming. Well done. But remember, they have to win 2 in a row. Reaper X GBS, The time is now. Just win one of these wars. But winning the first, you lock it up. If you lose the first, then you go into the second, and then you start sweating, and you're like, okay, well, if we lose this one, it's done. Our advantage is gone. But again, they have the opportunity. They have the advantage going into here. But again, WompWomp Gaming has just been dominating with the 3 perfect wars in a row.
Yeah, you're exactly right. If you going into the first match for the grand finals, assuming things happen this way, I think I give the tiniest edge maybe to WompWomp Gaming, just looking at the stats and things like that. But if they end up going to a bracket reset, I feel like there's a huge advantage for WompWomp Gaming. So you really got to take advantage of this first map, not let WompWomp Gaming get any momentum at all, and just close it out here. You can't go to that second match if you're Reaper X GBS.
Now, what kind of bases do you decide to go with? Do you try to bring, if you are Reaper X GBS, do you bring your wildest bases to try to just slip them up here? Because one slip up could mean that you could win the war, because you have that second chance. You have another opportunity, or maybe you take a little bit of a safer approach when bases, when you go into the second match. If you were to lose the first, I mean, why not? You could go with the risk, because it seems like WompWomp Gaming have just not been tripped up. And even if they have messed up a little bit of their initial intro of the attack, they've been able to recover and still pull off the 3-star.
Yeah, it's tricky for sure. One thing you've got to do, I think it relies, double rage bases definitely can catch players off guard more than other stuff. I feel like if you run double poison bases, you're more so hoping for a time fail or something like that. But the thing that is the most important when base building against players like WompWomp, they use a lot of Root Rider attacks, and I feel like you've got to just trap the base really well, predict the entry, try and get those healers down and the Coco Loons out of the way with Seeking Air Mines before the Red Air Bomb farm, and try and just get them to walk over giant bombs and spring traps so that it forces an early warden ability, and then you don't have it for later on. So I think the traps are going to be the most important thing going into these attacks as far as a defensive standpoint.
Absolutely. Traps are key. Wherever they're placed, you're hoping that the opponent runs into them, and runs into them when they aren't ready. Because when they're ready, they can drop those Coco Loons to pull them, protect them. But no more waiting around. It is now time to enter into the grand finals here. Winner will take first place in the August monthly finals as polarizations in Earthquakes. We have the Duke and the Arrow all connecting right through the core.
Yeah, excellent start to this raid. We get the Monolith and the Clan Castle out at the very start, and this pathing for the Root Riders is excellent. The Multi-Inferno, it actually won't go down to the... okay, we send a Rocket Loon in. But yeah, excellent pathing so far for these Root Riders, but Polarization needs to make a statement here for Reaper X GBS. They need to start off with a triple. You can't really hope, or you can't really accept anything less than that, I'm thinking. You've got to start off on the right foot and give your team a fighting chance, mentally even just as much as statistically.
Yeah, with that push through the bottom side, continuing the path towards that Eagle Artillery, a whole Tesla farm pops to the left, and we have that back end rage spell tower compartment waiting. An Overgrowth is still in his pocket. He could use it, not using it just yet. Freezes up the Eagle, it goes down. Got a lot of roots still up. P.E.K.K.A.'s still going to the bottom. And no, actually does have the hero rebound, so he can bring back the Duke to the top. The Queen is barely surviving. She'll die about now to the scatter. But with an Overgrowth just after that raid spell goes off is a perfect time.
Yeah, excellent Overgrowth spell to mitigate a lot of the damage from that Rage Spell Tower. And like we talked about right before this match, we said the traps were going to play a large role in who won, and Polarization entered from the right spot, which means WompWomp Gaming's traps were all on the opposite side of the base. You saw that Red Air Bomb farm in there by that Dragon Duke hero altar. And so he was able to enter cleanly, have no issues. You can see the giant bomb marks down there at 6 o'clock. He chose the right spot of the base, and so WompWomp Gaming, they're not going to be able to defend this first hit because the traps didn't really make any difference at all this first attack.
Yeah, a great hit for Polarization, and Reaper X GBS will be getting the first 3-star, and WompWomp Gaming, I mean, hey, the last 2 wars, they've been getting 1-stars to get them, against them, so it was way less pressure that they had. Now, pressure starting to mount. It's the grand finals. They're looking to recover from last month where they came in second place. They're like, we can't possibly finish in second place 2 times in a row. And at least it wouldn't be against the same opponent, because if it was the same opponent, then they've got your number. It's a different opponent. So you're now like, wait a second, we can't do it to 2 different opponents here. And then last month's monthly final winner, they didn't even make it to this month because the competition's been fierce. So WompWomp Gaming not only have been consistent, they made it here, and they've been really having on a tear through the lower bracket. So this attack right now will set the match in motion. If it's not a 3-star for WompWomp Gaming, that is going to be a complete heartbreak, because then they'll be down by the 3-star, and then that momentum of all those triples in a row will go away.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And one thing that probably feels good for Reaper X GBS is that wasn't even a close 3-star either. He had lots of stuff left at the end and lots of time as well. So a very commanding, motivating 3-star for them at the end. But we definitely need to see WompWomp Gaming answer. They have in the past. I expect a 3-star, obviously, from them. They're just so good. But can Reaper X GBS find some way to throw them off of their momentum and trip them up? We need to find a tricky base, I think. Something that has a weird layout. Maybe, man, I don't know how you trip WompWomp Gaming up at this point.
I mean, you just got to hope that they trip over themselves and they overthink something. But we're going to see now Alex coming in. He's been leading off the charge for them, and he's been doing really well, as we have that arrow flying through the top, and the Duke making easy use of removing not only the clan castle, but he also gets the K-Catapult too in the core.
Yeah, that arrow, it literally nicked the bottom of the seasonal defense and the top of the clan castle. That was a perfect giant arrow. I cannot even express how difficult that is to hit that angle. So excellent start from Alex, who has the highest hit rate, not only on their team, but I think the highest hit rate of any Town Hall 15 player that we've seen up to this point, and obviously for a reason. Root Riders have an excellent path to the Town Hall right now. We have a Royal Champion Rocket Spear that we can still use. The Dragon Duke has not even gone down yet, and the Queen is very healthy on the right-hand side.
Yeah, with the push still going, the Monolith is up to the bottom, still has RC ability. It's looking really good because the roots are going. He can pop RC ability now, and the Overgrowth should wear off any moment. He can grab that Town Hall. It should go away, but he will hopefully be able to turn back around. But look, he's got the Root Riders, he's got the Rocket Loons. They will all come together right on that Town Hall as it comes back to life.
Yeah, you can see by the place that the traps were placed on this base. I think that Reaper X GBS were hoping that they would enter from this right-hand side where the Queen is right now, because that's where all of the Teslas were, and you could see some Seeking Air Mines over there. The healers just died a little bit too late, and WompWomp Gaming will walk away with a triple for their first hit. We're probably going to have to keep an eye on the time for these hits, too. You can see WompWomp Gaming with a 12-second lead so far. That might be something the players have to keep in mind, too.
Absolutely. You may have to take the risk in the end and try to speed up your attack. And I wonder if they have a fast and efficient attack in their back pocket. Will they be able to, like, okay, I'm the last attacker of this match, and I will be able to have this attack just in case if I need to be fast and I can think I can make up that time difference. But that means you have to plan 2 different set of attacks, and you have to be able to try to take that base down efficiently and effectively. And if you mess up one small thing when you're trying to be quick, then everything, like a domino effect, can go wrong, and you could end up 1-starring.
Yeah, we saw a raid earlier in today where somebody meant to snipe an Eagle Artillery with their giant arrow, but missed it, which caused the Root Riders to head left instead of right, which is where he wanted them to go. And just little things can cascade, and just it gets worse and worse over time because the attack would have looked completely different, and he ended up failing. But yeah, you're exactly right. Little things, if you can just trip them up a little bit at the start, it snowballs, and it gets worse and worse over the period of the course of the raid. So we'll have to see, but time might be what we come down to this for. We'll have to keep an eye on that, but we're going to have Reaper X GBS with their attack next. We'll have to see what they can do. One thing that Amu, who is Reaper X GBS's final hitting player, one thing he usually does, or sometimes, is Warden charge attacks, or he was the player earlier on today that attacked without his Warden. I don't know that you can do something like that if you're worried about time. It's just
No.
a slow attack that builds over the course. So he might be trying to plan 2 or 3 different attacks at the same time, depending on what he's seeing his teammates do.
Yeah, and I just wonder what could be one of the quickest attacks. Valkyries was probably the fastest one we saw, or maybe there could be an attack that involves like 4 different hero charges to try to all attack at the same style around the base at once. But if you try to pull that off, I just feel like you're trying to go for the fastest time ever, and you have to make up some insane time difference. But we are seeing ASL coming in with that charge straight away to the bottom side. Remember, you got to focus on getting the 3 stars first here, as he is going to pull out a little bit of the rocket loon, and the RC will not end up going in for the Eagle Artillery.
Yeah, we're at the point in the match where you're not worried about time just yet. It's kind of in the back of your mind, but you've got to focus on getting the 3 stars first and foremost. Oh, the Queen almost gets targeted by the rocket loons, but they make their way to the Giant instead. We have a great funnel for the Root Riders going into this base, and one common entry for Root Rider attacks is going into the Eagle first, because if you leave it up, it can do a ton of damage, but that also means it's a little bit easier to bait that way. So we'll have to see if we start seeing some Seeking Air Mines or Red Air Bomb traps or other things like that. I don't see any yet, but maybe we'll see that as we get closer.
Luckily, the Duke is kind of out in front of these healers, so he could be kind of the test to protect. The healers are critical. That is what you want to remain up. And luckily with the arrow, he did connect and remove the monolith, so he doesn't have to worry about that staying up. Still has an overgrowth. Is he going to wait to overgrowth the raid spell tower compartment once that activates? Because that would be a really nice time to use it. Even as the warded ability, my goodness, is it looking so strong and so good here.
Yeah, I think he got every single piece of army other than those super minions inside of that Warden ability. That was perfectly timed. It got everything in there. The Rage Tower is not going to be a big deal because it did get overgrowth. We've got 3 very healthy heroes in the core, as well as some Root Riders, and the healers haven't gone down yet. And you're exactly right. The Dragon Duke managed to stay ahead of the healers basically the entire raid. There was no shot that they were going to get hit by any air traps at all.
Is he playing esports mode? Because it doesn't seem like it. Like, they are just making it look so easy of what they're doing. And you all at home, yes, you can try out an esports mode. Just put up a friendly challenge. And when you put a friendly challenge up in the clan chat, just click the buttons next to the modifiers and click esports. And you can even click the little eye to see the difficulty. All the defending heroes, your heroes, is different because the defenses, they get stronger, your heroes get weaker, and your abilities drop down significantly as well. So they're no longer maxed out. Yes, esports is way more difficult, way more difficult because of the ability caps just over Legends 1. So they are making it look so easy, and that is so impressive what they're able to pull off here.
Yeah, it is. It is very frustrating to play in esports mode, to say the least. One thing to mention just quickly to keep in the back of our minds from that last attack is it was a little bit of a slower attack, and it took their average attack time to 2 minutes and 2 seconds. So we'll have to keep that in mind. It's not going to be a thing for time just yet, but we're going to start getting there if somebody doesn't fail. So we're going to have to start keeping track of time as we move through these rest of these attacks.
Yeah, time can be a factor in the end, but still have to focus. Still just have a handful of more attacks, so 3 total more attacks to come in with. And if they're all 3 stars, time is the tiebreaker. You have to be fast. Valkyries has been one of the fastest attacks that we've seen, which was about 1:26. And we saw a lot of the other attacks were around the 2-minute mark. So if you do indeed come in with a Valk attack and you do pull that off, you can drop your average time down very, very significantly and getting the lead, if not could win you the match. But again, if you don't practice with the Valks, then you almost have no chance to pull off a 3-star because you don't know what you're looking for.
Yeah, one thing, though, that we do also need to keep in mind is if you remember back to the stats screen where we showed off the players' hit rates and their time for their attacks, WompWomp Gaming's fastest player has already hit 2. So that might mean that their average attack time will go down quite a bit with their remaining players, too. So 135 for their fastest player. That's a very fast 3-star, but maybe their other players can't keep up with that. We are going to have another Root Rider attack. Looks like he's going to get the Monolith out of the way right at the start of the raid. Nicely done.
Yeah, Monolith going down is fantastic value as this Duke can then pass his way to that Town Hall. That's the goal of those rocket loons that were used up top. And now there goes the roots to move in towards the single, rages them up, continues the path through. Siege Barracks setting up that funnel, but the Duke is removing the Town Hall solo, which is so much value there.
Yeah, that was, I mean, the Duke got so much value. He can tank those Gigabombs no problem because of his passive ability. He takes less damage from traps when it's active. We do have all of the heroes, the Clan Castle, and the new Candle, which can do a lot of damage if you don't deal with it, right here. So we do activate the Warden ability, and we will deal with some of these things pretty well. A single Inferno is going to do quite a bit of damage, though, if we don't freeze it or do something, but it does look pretty good right now. Actually, things are starting to slow down a little bit where the rest of this army is.
Yeah, they got sold up a bit here. Goes with the revive on the Duke. Couple super barbs up top. We got one invis. It's got to be used properly. That single target Inferno was just ripping right through some stuff. The Queen stuck inside this compartment. She's got to beat through the wall. Another single on the backside. Hold on. That single over there could be clutch to try to defend. The Duke is still alive. The Warden with the RC. RC's going down. Slowly trying to stay alive. The cannon does not pick her off. Finds a Seeking Air Mine for the super minion, but the Duke is alive. Queen's alive. And the Warden is helping to assist. It might just be enough, especially with one invis left now.
Yeah, we have an invis spell left over. We're going to get rid of this, and that was a fairly fast attack, too. So we're going to see their average attack time. They have a 24-second lead on average. So since 2 attacks have happened, we're going to double that. They have 48 seconds left. Can you shave that much time off of your attack if you're the last player for Reaper X GBS?
Oof,
like, that's tough.
That is going to be very hard to do. Like, at this point, we've talked about it. Do they decide, you know what, just go for the triple and hope you get a defense? Because right now, WompWomp Gaming, they've been delivering the 3 stars in 3 wars in a row. They got perfect wars, and they're on the verge of getting a 4th one, which we have not seen before. We haven't even seen 3 perfect wars by the team in a row, and they're looking to continue that streak here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. We're going into the last round of attacks. It's basically a 1v1 at this point, but WompWomp has a huge advantage on time right now. So when I said they need to shave 48 seconds off of their time, it's not 48 seconds from the 3-minute mark, which you normally have during a raid. It's 3 seconds off of their 2-minute and 2-second thing. So they have to 3-star in less than about 1 minute and 20 seconds if they want to drop their average duration lower. And we do have another attack from WompWomp Gaming that might take that up a little bit more, but that's a tough spot for Reaper X GBS to be in right now.
Yeah, it's all it takes. Just a small little mistake. But WompWomp Gaming, if they get a 3 and it's a slow 3, then things start to change. Because if they get a time fail or almost time fail up to like a 2-minute 58, 2-minute 59, then their average time really just skyrockets, and then it brings it back even. So time can be a factor. Again, you still have to focus on getting the 3 stars and delivering from there. But these are the final set of attacks here. Could determine who pulls through for the grand finals. Can it be WompWomp Gaming force a bracket reset, or will Reaper X GBS take it and try to win the 2nd monthly finals for Town Hall 15?
Yeah, one thing, if you are Reaper X GBS, and I think Amu is their last player hitting, you've got to just do what you're comfortable with. Make sure that you get the 3-star. I don't think that you're going to make up 48 seconds of time in your average. That's too much to ask. So you're really hoping that, 1, you get the triple and can set yourselves up in a nice position, but 2, you've got to hope for a defense on your last attack, because if you go to a bracket reset, oh man, against a team that has 4 perfect wars in a row, that's tough.
It is, and it just puts pressure onto them, and then they just have to deliver a 3-star as well. They could take as much time as they want, but again, a single mistake, all that work could cost them. But we are going to see the Warden here. We got a little stick horse on the King. And there's going to be a little Warden Fireball, because we've been seeing that a lot. Nice little Flame Flinger off to the right. It is indeed a Fireball, which you could try to line up the Warden to hit this Clan Castle area, take that out, maybe hit the Ground Expo and remove the Eagle Artillery as well.
Yeah, that seems like the target that I would go for if I were in his position because, yeah, the Klein Castle and Eagle Artillery are two of the biggest threats to this army, right? And he
Ooh,
does barely get it off.
wow.
So we will see a final Rocket Loon Super Minion Fireball attack from Amu, which is something that he's done several times today. And he is also very, very good at. He has multiple Town Hall 15 #1 finishes in the world. So definitely one of the best Town Hall 15 players right now. Alex obviously has a higher hit rate in esports mode, but Amu, an excellent player.
Yeah, with this Duke flying across arrow. Oh man, that was a brilliant combination. Just clears like the whole core, even the left side. So now he's just gonna move his way through from the right. The Duke can go into that multi. Just sneaks a little Rocket Loon, why not, into there, which will probably pull the poison spell as this Warden continues his charge. And he still has the King to deploy.
There's something that is so like, it's like an art to be able to execute an attack like this well. The fact that he had the foresight to send one Rocket Loon into the Multi-Inferno to draw the poison away so that his Warden wouldn't have to deal with it that's just another level of planning and execution that you have to worry about. And this is looking pretty good at this point. We invis the Queen. We've got the core taken care of. The only thing left is just this monolith compartment where the enemy Dragon Duke is. But there's headhunters attacking him right now, so he'll go down shortly. There's not a lot left.
But he's got a nice freeze. He can revive whatever he wants, but the revive actually won't do anything because he still has all his heroes alive. Yeah. So you just got to wait it out. Once the Duke comes back, he can bring the Duke back alive, but it won't matter. And time is not going to be a factor in this one. So now it's going to put pressure onto WompWomp Gaming. If WompWomp Gaming get any basic 3-star, they will win it and force a bracket reset. But if they can't, 99% 2-star, and we will have a champion of the August monthly finals. So my friends, it's coming down to this attack here.
Yeah, I just did the math and confirmed there is no way that WompWomp will lose on time. Even if it went the entire 3-minute duration, they would still have a faster average time than Reaper X GBS. So a triple wins it, and a 99% 2-star loses it. So triple or lose situation here for WompWomp Gaming. But they're probably feeling pretty comfortable because this is the attack where you've had the most amount of time to plan. And usually you have like your most creative player that will sit in this last spot so that he can just, it's almost like a fail-safe. You just want to make sure like we're going to guarantee one triple at least. You take your time, you do your thing. But will Reaper X GBS find a way to throw him off? Because if you go to a bracket reset, I would feel very nervous for Reaper X GBS.
The nerves, doesn't matter what it is, even if it's not for prize money. Let's say you're just playing for fun. If it comes down to your attack and everyone's watching, then the nerves are there. Now you put on the pressure that you have a live stream. People are casting, people are watching from all over the world right now, and your attack can win you not only this match here, but you win thousands of dollars just by winning the match if you force the bracket reset. So the hands probably are shaking a little bit. Your heart is starting to race a little bit more, and you have to calm down, take a deep breath, and still focus here, because this could be the final attack if it doesn't triple here, because a 3-star, they force a bracket reset. A 99% 2-star, and we will have a champion of Reaper X GBS, as we are seeing earthquakes from the top and bottom, and he connects with the monolith and it goes down, but he does pull out some ice golems, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think he definitely meant to get that clan castle, so now the Queen has to worry about it. We'll have to wait and see if this ends up being a big deal or not. Some of the Rocket Loons and other things are getting frozen up. We're trying to, okay, we need to keep the Queen alive because she'll be the only thing that can deal with like enemy air heroes like that minion prince. I guess the royal champion.
Queen. Okay, she's soloing. Queen soloing. Healers need to stay with the roots, but Queen, you definitely want the Queen to go with the root riders at this point. What does he do? Queen's going off to the right. He's continuing these roots through. They might split to the town hall. Goes with a freeze. Rocket Loons try to go in double sticky airmine, so the Rocket Loons do not grab that town hall.
the Root Riders are splitting up too, so we're having some go to the left and some go to the Town Hall. We activate the Warden ability now. Only one Root Rider is heading onto the Eagle Artillery, but nothing can hit it, so that one Root Rider is going to take care of the Eagle Artillery eventually.
Oh, he's still going. He's still going. He's got spells. He's got Overgrowth, Rage, Skelly, Invis, and even a Hero Revive, so he can bring back the Duke. Well, Champion is still making his way through. He's not sweating. He's still focused. Super Minions getting some nice value coming out from that Siege Barracks. Goes with a nice ground skeleton to the right, which is just off to the right, so the scatter shot stays distracted. But this RC staying alive, moving in. She can go to that multi. He's even got an Overgrowth, which is all good because he could path his way into this top section, still push through, even though the Queen went her way to the right. It looks like we have another perfect war from WompWomp Gaming, and that is, what, 4 in a row that they just keep pulling through, and time is on their side, and they're gonna force that bracket reset here.
Wow, I don't know what you do to stop WompWomp Gaming at this point. They cannot fail an attack. It seems like they have like plot armor or something. They just can't be beat. Congratulations, though, to WompWomp Gaming. They win this match and force the bracket reset, and this is going to be the match that actually matters, because the winner or loser of this match, I mean, they win the first place prize pool or the second, depending on who wins.
Incredible. Wow. Was able to get the victory, force the bracket reset. It was a perfect war from both, and that is all it takes. You know, it comes down to time. So now, what does Reaper X GBS think about that? Do they start to think, okay, do we now try to get faster with our attacks? Because this difference right here, that's a huge difference at this point, right? That, I feel like if you stick with your current attacks, it's not going to be enough. Perfect wars at this stage is not enough. You have to be perfect and quick with it.
Yeah, but do you, like, Root Rider attacks seem very quick. I think that's what WompWomp Gaming did for every one of their hits last war. But do you try to go risky with that Mass Valkyrie? Because that was the fastest attack that we've seen today, was the one that Wei used from 12 Eyes. But yeah, again, if you don't know and you're not comfortable with an army like that, you might risk losing the war on stars instead of time.
Yeah, and you take the risk, but you have to go all out with it. But now the bracket reset is here, and no matter what, we are going to be crowning a champion at the end of this match. Will WompWomp Gaming be able to get the revenge and force, well, no, they already did force the bracket reset, and will they be able to win this one and get the victory in the August monthly finals? They came in second place last month, so they want that revenge, and we heard from them in the interview saying that is what they're going for. They are going for first place. Granted, they lost the very first match of today, sent them to the lower bracket, and then they've just been on a tear through the lower bracket. Every team that they've come up against, they have perfected, and they're back. They're in the grand finals. They perfected again. I mean, in the grand finals, they got perfected. So this means no mistake at this stage.
Yeah, and that first match that they lost, we didn't actually get to cast because that was a little bit before the stream had started. So I don't know what actually happened during that war that caused them to fail an attack. I'm sure something catastrophic like missing an arrow, because something like that can always happen to anybody, no matter how much you prepare.
Yep.
But it feels like if that's the only time that they fail attacks, you've almost just got to hope that they mess up an arrow or something rather than the good base building, because it seems like no matter how good the base is, they're going to 3-star it unless they screw up no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, what they have to do if you're Reaper X GBS, you have to just start to plan how can you be quicker, because that might just be your only chance. Your only opportunity is to be fast, efficient with it, and try to lower that time, because WompWomp Gaming has just been doing exactly that. They've been quick, and they are winning that tiebreaker. So no matter what, there is no 1v1 if it's a perfect. So it is only going to be down to time at that point, and WompWomp Gaming have been edging that out throughout this competition. And this is now going to be the final match where the winner will be taking home that first place prize of over $2,200.
Yeah, you're exactly right. This is all the marbles right here. You more than double the prize pool if you take first place rather than second place. And if I'm Reaper X GBS, I'm thinking maybe I start to hide Teslas in the corners just to hope to slow them down or just add more time to their attack or something like that. I don't know what else you could do. Triple Ice Golem is probably the best way to slow them down as far as CCs go. Every other CC is quick and easy to deal with if you're paying attention. But a lot of money on the line. It's going to, yeah, like I said, more than double the prize pool if you can win this war right here that's up next.
Yeah, you just keep on pushing through and you focus to get this one done. But if we do take a look at the Town Hall 15 roadmap again, remember that we are in the August monthly finals. You win this one, you get the prize money. We've already given out the golden tickets, but there's only one more set of golden tickets that could be given away in the September monthly finals. And then if you don't make that, you got to be able to get the leaderboard points to be able to go into the LCQ. Because that is the final opportunity. There's only a couple golden tickets left, 2 in the September monthly finals, 1 in the last chance qualifier, and then that will determine who's in the world finals.
You're exactly right. So after we see the start of this next war, I think we're going to have to take a look at the bases from Reaper X GPS. I think the bases from them are really going to have to change a lot, and we're going to have to really throw something at WompWomp Gaming in order to make them fall apart somehow, whether it's going to be really difficult arrows. But before we do that, let's go to the team comparison one more time. You can see these teams are pretty neck and neck for the most part. Average destruction, just a couple of percentage points away. Average stars, less the 1.1% away from each other. The 3-star rates are very close as well. The only issue is going to be this average attack time duration. Can Reaper GBS find a way to speed their attacks up, whether that means not doing warden charge attacks anymore or switching to different attack strategies? Like dragons can be very quick attacks sometimes, but is that something that they're comfortable with? Just seems like speed is their enemy against WompWomp Gaming. They have that Root Rider attack down so well that they can just do it quickly and there's nothing anybody can do to stop them.
Yeah, they just have to be efficient. They have to be able to speed it up. We saw time being the tiebreaker for the attacks, but how do you speed it up being Reaper X GBS? I mean, you know that your opponent is going to be perfecting you. No matter what base you're picking, they're going to perfect you. They're just tripling and tripling and tripling nonstop. So you have to start to think about, all right, let's just toss up our base. Maybe do you decide to toss up the same base, but then you get into their head and you try to bait them, and then you try to put the traps to stop what they just did to force them to think of a different way to hit the base? Maybe that could be some mental games here.
Yeah, and again, if I were in Reaper X GBS's position, I really would try and put Teslas on some of the corners and stuff, because if for some reason they don't get it early on in the raid, that can add 15 or 20 seconds onto the clock, having everything run at that last Tesla. Even if it is a 3-star, it does add time to the average duration, which might be what wins or loses the war this time. We'll have to see.
That's it.
Another thing that they can do is I really feel like dragon attacks are good and fast and fairly easy to use, but are they comfortable doing that when the stakes are this high, right? Because it's a completely different style of attack than they've been using, but it is very quick. You don't have to worry about walls, the rage gem or the healing tome or whatever it is with the warden. The dragons, they take down defenses so quickly.
Yeah, dragons are very efficient, but you know, things can go wrong with them. And we've seen sometimes, you know, when they fail, you don't want to be pulling off those 1-stars, where sometimes with the roots, we have seen that happen with the overgrowth timing on the town hall. And it's just, that can be devastating. But I'm really going to be curious, what bases is Reaper X GBS going to bring? Do they completely switch it up? Do they try to throw WompWomp Gaming for a loop? Because WompWomp Gaming's just been on a tear. They've just been dominating. I think we should just change these stats where it says average stars to just 3. you know, for each one of WompWomp. Just like all these stats are meaningless because they just got 4 perfect wars in a row. Who cares if it's not a below 3, because that's what they've been doing. So right now, the only way you have a chance to win is if you are tripling and getting a perfect war and trying to be fast and efficient with it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And maybe another thing that Reaper X GBS could do is switch to pure double poison bases, because the Rage Tower bases aren't slowing them down at all anyway, and it's not making them make mistakes enough to where they're failing raids anyway. You're probably just going to assume that they're going to 3-star every base. So at this point, you just build to try and slow them down as much as possible. So double poison bases, Ice Golem CCs, traps spread around the map to slow them down. But look at the average destruction from WompWomp. Their lowest is 99%. That is the lowest average destruction percentage for their players. That's just, it feels like the gap between them and the next best team is huge.
It's absolutely insane what they are doing and what they're able to pull off and what they're able to just do against all these teams in the competition. And that's where I like you mentioned before, would love to kind of know what happened, what went wrong in the very first match that WompWomp Gaming lost in. And the fact that it wasn't covered, meaning that Reaper X GBS can't go to it to then try to see what happened and why they failed, to try to force WompWomp Gaming into that same situation. It wasn't covered on the stream. We just covered the end result of the star count, not the actual attack. So that is one thing that WompWomp Gaming is probably happy that through one fail wasn't actually covered. So you can't go back to analyze it and try to figure out the difference there. But we are just moments away from getting into the final match, the bracket reset match, where we will officially crown the winner of the August monthly finals. We have officially only 6 attacks before we do exactly that.
Yeah, both teams are about ready. The pressure is building. I cannot imagine the stress that these guys are feeling right now, especially a little bit more so for Reaper X GBS, because we said before that, even the first match that these guys had, if there's a bracket reset, they're probably at, their morale for them thinking that they're going to win this match is probably even lower. And they really needed to do their best to try and just get it out of the way on the first war. But here we are, nothing you can do to change the past. We've just got to lock in now and find ways to increase our attack speed.
Yeah, you just got to be efficient, you got to be quick, and you got to take down as much as possible, as fast as possible. They've been able to do that for all the last set of wars, no problem. But now, are they able to do it here in the final match? Can they continue their streak? Can they continue the momentum? Because they are looking to bounce back from last monthly finals to win first. That is WompWomp Gaming. But Reaper X GBS, they already have a golden ticket, just like WompWomp Gaming. Make it to this stage in the grand finals, you are guaranteed a golden ticket. So at this point, they're just playing for that prize money. And then they could use that to try to then ride that wave going into the next and final monthly finals, which is the September next month.
Yeah, so these teams, we've had, obviously these two teams had a golden ticket kind of guaranteed before this match even really started, because Reaper X GBS made it to the grand finals. It'll be interesting to see how different the teams are next month, because as far as I saw from like the scenes and stuff, it was a completely different set of teams other than 3. I think 3 teams were the only ones that made it here that were in the last month finals and stuff. So it just goes to show how close all of these teams are in terms of skill. Anybody can take a match off anybody at any time, maybe except WompWomp. We'll have to find out.
Yeah, it's crazy what they're able to do here. And really the difference between these teams is starting to show, where earlier in the competition, we weren't seeing perfect wars. We were seeing like it was some had a perfect war than others. We're bringing some 1-stars. We're getting a couple 2-stars. But as we're getting deeper and deeper into the brackets, into the competition, then it's starting to get closer and closer in terms of the talent of what they are bringing. And they're just showing how much skill they all have here, as we are now in with the first attack, as Alex is leading it off. Earthquakes up top, arrow through the core, and the Duke flies through the middle. Doesn't grab that Eagle Artillery, so that does end up staying up here. I'm not sure if it was enough earthquakes, or maybe the builders just repaired too quickly there.
Yeah, there are more than one builder in that area too, so it got healed up very quickly. The queen kind of makes her way to the left here, away from the Root Riders. Maybe she'll turn around here after a second. No, she decides to go with the Dragon Duke over there. That might cause issues if there are air targeting heroes later on and the Royal Champion is distracted. This Town Hall has a little bit of an island that it's on where there are no defenses, and so it might be difficult to get these defensive targeting things like the Royal Champion and the Root Riders to the Town Hall. Actually, we activate the Rocket Spear and it shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Yeah, with the overgrowth now onto the Eagle so he can focus on the CC, taking it out. The Duke does come back to life, so he's going to be able to go for the Poison Spell Tower. We do have a Furnace that's sitting right on that Clan Castle, but we have the Candle that is waiting on the back end of the space. We do have a Revive on the Queen, so she can continue, looks like, through the defensive King. But he's going to invis the Duke to try to go for the Candle as it is trying to pick it off. The King finally is going to go down. There is the invis for the Duke, but hold on. The defensive Mini Prince is still alive. The Ice Golems did not go down. And do we have our first fail from WompWomp Gaming in the bracket reset? This can't be possible. No, they were doing so good.
If you could go back in the replay, and something I mentioned was exactly what happened when I said the Queen was going to be responsible for those air heroes. Nothing. The Royal Champion went all the way up to the top, and that Dragon Duke and Minion Prince killed the entire ground army by themselves. There was nothing that did damage to them.
Nope. He probably tried to send in Headhunters as well to assist, but they might have gotten sprung or got killed by giant bombs, but unfortunately they got taken out, and he was unable to take down the Minion Prince and the defensive Duke, and that was the difference maker there. And this one falls short, and that is totally unexpected. There was 4 wars in a row of perfect attacks that came in from WompWomp Gaming, but now this is the final one. And unfortunately, they do not start off with a 3-star, so Reaper X GBS, a perfect position now to take advantage.
Yeah, and we got to keep an eye on that 88% mark in case there is a fail from Reaper X GBS. They've got to hit above that percentage mark so that they can still win if they get one fail. We are going to have Root Riders again from Reaper X GBS. Polarization is in. And looks like the opening, it's just a Warden charge? Is it a Fireball, Root Riders? I don't know if we saw that there was a Fireball. I can't imagine another reason why you'd want to just do a Warden charge like this.
I mean, it looks like he's got 5 Earthquakes. He's going to hit the Rage Snow. He's going to hit the Earthquakes. Ooh, a little bit off on that Fireball there. And now there's the defensive King. He does send in the Headhunter to help take him down. But unfortunately, that Fireball was a big issue. So he has to go invis. Oh, no. Because that Fireball was supposed to take care of the Ground Expo. And now he has to... Oh, that Warden's going to go down. The Warden's going to go down. No. The Warden's going to go down.
Oh, he does live right now.
Wait, what? Oh, he's dead.
He does. Oh, that's huge.
Well, the pressure
we have to
mounting.
make sure. I mean, if we can't get the 3-star, then we have to just make sure that we get above that 88% 2-star mark. That way your team still has an advantage after the first set of attacks. Unfortunately, the Town Hall is going to probably be the last thing that we have to deal with, and we still have not drawn the CC, so that's going to be an issue about the time that we arrive to the Town Hall.
Oh, man, he let the Duke die. He didn't ice block the Duke that had the revenge deck. Unfortunately, the Town Hall still remains in the core. No, you can't leave that up. Royal Champion's already burnt her ability. Taking out the Miles. He goes with the freeze on the Town Hall. RC's going to be able to path into the Town Hall next with a ice block. So maybe, okay, use the ice block to the left. RC's going to get slowed down by the defensive ice golem.
Oh,
he's going to have to
no.
No. Do you revive the RC? What do you do? No, you can't 1-star. No. What is happening? We had a perfect war in the last one, and now this one, a fail and then a 1-star, unless he can somehow bring this RC back and finish it off. But he does have a furnace. Oh, no.
I just don't know. I don't know what you... Oh, he revives the Dragon Duke.
Okay,
I know that it's a 3-star or a 1-star at this point. I just don't think that the Duke's going to go all the way to the bottom and clear all of that first, but there's only 38 seconds left.
There's not much time here. He's trying to continue. Remember, the Duke will fight back with the revenge deck. Queen won't be able to get through that Minion Prince, which is full health. Oh, red air bomb is here. Queen's going to go down. 20 seconds. This Duke is trying to get through this builder hut. Will go up to the top. Poison's probably going to get launched.
Oh,
and it's going to die.
What a heartbreak. That is so unfortunate. I think reviving the Dragon Duke was probably the right call here because I just don't see a world where the Royal Champion gets to Town Hall here. Oh, it's actually so close, too.
Wow. He just needed a little bit more time and he would have gotten it. 94% 1 star for polarization. And now that is huge for WompWomp Gaming. They thought that they had lost it all with that one fail, but a 1 star is just right back now into the favor of WompWomp Gaming.
Yeah, we do have to keep in mind, though, that this 1 star is not as impactful as it normally would be against WompWomp because they have failed an attack, too. They are up on percentage, but down a star. So there is a little bit of hope as long as they can get another defense. That's what they need to focus on right now is just continuing to 3-star and hope that they can get another defense. And we have mass super miners?
Where is this coming from? What war is this? Super miners, the first time we're seeing it now in the bracket reset of all places. Queen Arrow coming right through the clan castle. Maybe they're like, yeah, this is the strongest army. We wanted to save it for the very last war just in case you try to copy us. So let's see what Tab could do.
Yeah, either that or might give some hope to Reaper X GBS. We'll have to see. I have no idea, literally none, how good super miners are. We're going to have to see how effective they can be. They deal a ton of damage when they die because they have that ability. When they die, they explode. Wow, the Warden ability gets forced really early on.
Yeah, well, he is pushing right through this Town Hall. Phrases it up. Town Hall goes down, explodes, overgrowths the backside. But these super miners are pushing their way right through the middle of this base. Does have a Druid also coming through. He did lose his Queen, though, to like all the Giga Bombs. So the Giga Bombs are off to the right. They won't find Giga Bombs, looks like, in the core. So these super miners should be fine from there. But a nice Skelly spell onto the back left side. Very nice. Distract, but he can revive the Duke. They did unfortunately lose that Warden.
One difficult thing about the super miners, well, 2 things. Yeah, one is that they always go underground, so defenses retarget onto wardens or other heroes. But 2, it's always hard to tell how the attack is going because they're underground and you can't really see how many of them are left and stuff. So if there are traps, it might ruin the Dragon Dude because it's hard to see how many super miners are left. Looks like there's just 1.
Hold on, that super minion needs to die so that this Duke can just get better value. There's 1 super miner moving through. Hold on, the Duke, come on. Super minion go down. The super miner's grabbing the Tesla. He's got about just a minute left. He's liking this. He's still pushing his way to the top. Remember, the super miner will explode when it dies. The super minion's still going as well. Is the Duke or the minion fat? It looks like, oh, there's 2 super minions there. Oh!
Yikes. Oh, another one.
There's 2.
Is there more troops?
Oh, but he's fine. Nothing else will hit his troops. It's only a cannon and a bomb tower, and TomTom will get a 3-star in the end.
Wow. That was a little bit close, and I'm sure that Reaper X GBS started to get a little bit of hope towards the end of that attack, but they do walk away with a triple, and they will maintain a star lead because of that 1 star that we saw previously from Reaper X GBS.
Wow. Now pressure is going to come on to ASL, who's probably going to be next up for Reaper X GBS. He's going to have to deliver a 3-star for their team just to stay within it. It's going to then still keep him down a star. But if WompWomp was able to get the final triple in this match, they will lock it up no matter what, because then they will have the lead. So let's see, as it is going to be the Roots paired in with the Giant Arrow. We're seeing it all day here. Rocket backpack, possibly. It is going to be the revenge deck. There goes the Earthquakes and the Arrow of the Queen. No! Just misses both scatters and the clan castle.
And this is definitely not the start to the raid that you want if you're in this position, because you need to triple, and not having the clan castle or the scatter shots go down can be detrimental to this Root Rider army as it approaches this core. It's just going to stall everything up, slow us all down, and even if we do triple, these 3 ice golems just add to the attack duration time, which I guess doesn't really mean a whole lot in this war unless we find a way to tie on stars and percentage.
Yeah, time is not going to be a factor here, so we don't have to really worry about that. They just have to go for that 3. Look at this rage in the core. He does decide overgrowth, because if that activated, you're raging up 3 Infernos, builder huts, and even the Town Hall. It would be nasty to try to push through all that, but the Duke dies. Air Skellies are there. He still has a couple freezes, 2 more invises, so he's still trying to power his way through that top side, but the overgrowth is still active, meaning the pathing could cause his now Queen and Royal Champion to be a little bit awkward. And okay, there goes the invis, but the healers are about to pull all the traps, and they may just go down.
Yeah, these healers, oh, there's more red air bombs. The healers are done. We freeze the monolith to try and get a little bit more value, but we don't even have a revive spell for the Dragon Duke at this point. So what we've got on the base right now, that's it. Looks like this one's going to fall short, and it's actually going to be a fairly low percentage compared to all of the other attacks that we've seen today, which is very unfortunate. And if you're Reaper X GBS right now, you're feeling a little bit hopeless, because you know that it's your opportunity to win this month is slowly slipping away.
Yeah, they had it. It was so close. Unfortunately, a 1-star and then that 2-star. That grand final reset is just not going their way, even though when the window was just opened up from Alex's 88% 2-star, when we thought, wait a second, WompWomp Gaming could be going down just with that fail. But no, things have changed really quickly. Matter of just one attack, and now WompWomp Gaming just pretty much what, a 2-star? Yeah, because the best we can see is a 6-star performance from Reaper X GBS. So a 2-star here, and that is a victory for WompWomp Gaming, and lock it up. And that means they will come back from the very first monthly final second place finish to finish in first place. So good luck, and let's see, he is sending that Queen directly in that Town Hall, taking no chances.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The thing that is a little interesting is we went from having perfect wars back to back to back to only 1 3-star and 4 attacks this war. So things definitely slowed down just a little bit as we got into the... Oh, the healers were frozen too. So they weren't healing the Queen for a second.
Okay, what do you do now? Okay, just got to get that 2. Don't have to sweat it. You don't have to get that triple. Don't worry. Just get the Town Hall and percentage. Baby Dragon's grabbing a little bit of value off to the right. Sends the Siege Barracks down south at 6, which is looking to help kind of set initial funnel for the Valkyries, more or less, because the Roots will just go for defenses, and then you can push your way into that Town Hall.
Yeah, I think he definitely wanted to get more value with the Queen, and probably wanted to get the Clan Castle, if I had to guess. But when the healers got frozen up, the Queen wasn't being healed up, and he doesn't have any invis spell, so he wasn't even able to just make her invisible or anything, and just decided to recall before she went down, which is definitely the right call, but it's kind of the best of 2 bad decisions right now. But we do all we need to do is just get the 2-star here, and we go into the final set of matches with you know, this is the final attack for so actually we just get 2 stars here, and then it's out of reach for Reaper X GBS.
Yeah, with that Duke now down to the left, Town Hall's been secured. Just needs that 50% to lock it up. Still has a couple spells. Is moving through into the Eagle, into the K-Catapult. Still will continue with a couple super barbs to the backside. Balloons going there, and my friends, there is the 50% 2-star, putting it out of reach. That will put them to 7 stars. The best that Reaper X GBS can get is 6 with a triple, but we still will have their final attack to see what they can do. Can they close out in style with a triple? And then remember, there's always next month as well, where they could be like, you know what? We want our revenge. We want to come back and get first place, because so far, both of these months now, we have 2 different Town Hall monthly final champions. And that is good. We always love to see different teams come through, prove that they can take it down. That will just make it even better for the World Finals at the end. And you have no idea who could take it all.
Yeah, again, just like we had this month, just a bunch of different teams in the qualifiers for the finals this month. Maybe you in the audience watching this right now will be here next month. We'll never know. I've seen a lot of comments in the chat that I think that a lot of the people there are better than the players we've been watching based on the comments. So we'll have to see. But yeah, congratulations to WompWomp Gaming. They definitely looked like the best team today, and they do come out on top, taking first place. We do have one more attack that will be done by Amu from Reaper GBS. And we'll have to see. Yeah, he was the one that pulled off the no warden attack earlier and got a 3-star. So maybe we'll see something cool like that again.
Yeah, it'll be some pressure added on. Can he go out in style? Will he be able to bring another no warden? No matter what, obviously, it won't make the difference in this match, but still, you can ride that momentum going into the next month, into September, the final monthly open, the monthly qualifiers. And then you have to make it to the monthly final. So there's every single month, no matter what it is, it's still a difficult thing to do. But we are going to indeed have the Grand Warden. So he is going to start to the top side. So it is not going to be a Grand Warden, a no Warden attack here. It is going to be that Fireball to look to get this value.
Yeah, this is something that he has used, I think, every attack today, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, very good with it. And it seems like, I don't think he's failed an attack today that I can remember. We've got an excellent Flame Flinger that's going to get a ton of value at the bottom. And we've got a lot of clumped up defenses near that Town Hall. So the Fireball value is excellent on this base. I'm curious to see what exactly his target is for the Fireball. But I guess we'll find out here in just a second once he starts putting the Invis spells down. We do have an Ice Block too, so he can lock his Warden in place here just like he does.
Oh, Archer Tower. No, 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 no. I saw it. It did
Oh,
not go
no.
in. Why did you have to say that you didn't see him fail at all today? What? Shock, you have to learn, right? This might be your first time here, but you have to learn. You can't say things like that because then this happens.
Yeah, it was 10 seconds after I said it too. It maybe a little 10% my fault. I'll take a little bit of responsibility.
Oh,
yeah, that's
no.
unfortunate. Pretty terrible Fireball, and not only that, but now we have to fight that core, which is very, very scary.
Yeah, that Town Hall remains up. Does have the King to utilize, World Champion as well, but he pulls out the Ice Golem CC, and he's sending his Queen and King straight into it.
And actually, because he had to multitask a little bit more and change his plans, he let his Flame Flinger go down to a Mortar when it could have gotten a couple more buildings because he just needed to use a Valkyrie or something in order to get it. But obviously, he was worried about more important things at that point. It looks like we'll get the Town Hall here with this Queen. We make her invisible. We will get the 2 stars here. It's looking pretty hard to get a 3-star here. There's not a lot left that he's got because he missed that epic Fireball that was supposed to happen.
Yeah, unfortunate there. But, it didn't matter in the end, no matter what, because they weren't going to be able to get the 4 stars. Maybe one day it'll be 4 stars, but not at the moment. No 4 stars are possible. And the Queen will end up going down to the Monolith here nonetheless. But it is going to just be a 2 stars, which is crazy that not a single triple coming in from Reaper X GBS in this grand final reset. And only one in the entire war from TomTom in this one here. So something with these bases. They picked the hardest ones for the end, or maybe it's the long day of competitions getting to them. It's like you got to keep up the performance. It's not easy. Yeah, you might have one attack every so often, but still it adds up. The pressure gets you. But let's go ahead and give a huge congratulations to WompWomp Gaming winning the August Monthly Finals.
And after their performance last month, taking 2nd place, the winning team didn't even make it. They're definitely the best team right now.
Well done, well done. Coming back from a 2nd place finish, being crowned the champion and taking it in the end. There was some extra added pressure. They wanted to be able to perform, and they did exactly that. I mean, they had an incredible lower bracket run with the perfect wars after perfect wars after perfect wars. And then they make it to the grand finals, and now they are crowned the champion. So they did it. Congratulations to them. They got their revenge. It wasn't against the team that took them out. Crew X, they are the ones that was in last month, but they didn't even make it to this month. So you can't use that against WompWomp Gaming. WompWomp Gaming is just like, hey, we did what we had to do. We lost the first one. We made it as difficult as possible for us on our run to it, but we got it done and secured the victory in the end.
Yeah, if you'd have told me before that last match that WompWomp Gaming would fail 2 attacks, I would have thought for sure that Reaper X GBS was going to walk away with a comfortable triple, but Yeah, that's
Yeah.
just the way that it works sometimes. Both teams struggled a little bit in that last war, but it did make for an epic finals. And again, congrats to WompWomp Gaming, walking away with a nice prize pool.
Yeah, and they take home first place in this one for the August monthly finals. So they will be looking to try to continue that momentum going into the September. Well, I would say September monthly finals, but there is a long way to go there. But WompWomp Gaming have just won this monthly finals. I think it's only fitting that we go ahead and invite Alex from WompWomp Gaming here to the desk. Congratulations at winning this monthly finals. What is your thoughts for winning it and taking first place? Oh, I think I don't mean to cut you off, production. I don't think we can hear Alex here. So
hello.
If we there we go.
Hello?
There we go. Hello, hey,
There
can
we
you hear
go.
us? Okay, perfect. Yeah. So
Hello.
so what was it like winning the August monthly finals here?
Yeah, we're super happy, of course, to win this time. After the first match, we were a little bit shaking on how are we gonna do it with the bases, because we actually planned on going through the upper bracket. So yeah, we had a little stress after the first match with reselecting every single base for every single match we had to play against. And I'm super, I don't know how to say, but I'm so proud of Viney. He's very sick, but the bases he built were incredible. Honestly, I think every single defense of us was built from Viney.
Wow.
And yeah, TomTom was also very good at testing there. Also didn't fail a single attack today.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm super proud of the boys.
Yes. Incredible. You have any questions, Shock, for Alex here?
Yeah, what kind of work goes into the base building and practice? How many hours a day or a week are you guys spending preparing for these monthly tournaments?
So yeah, for stage 1, we didn't prepare too much because we had bases from last month. We basically just took old bases from the previous qualifier there and just added the new seasonal defenses. Then stage 2, we prepared a little bit in case of like matching a team where we think, oh, we might need to switch up our defense there. And then for stage 3, we had 2 weeks time to build bases. We started building after stage 1 for base 3 already, because we were confident to reach stage 3 again. And Viney and TomTom just did amazing work on trapping those bases. And they spent quite some time there, yeah.
Yeah. It's
And then
incredible.
one last
go ahead.
sorry, one last question. We saw that crazy super miner attack in the last war. Is that something you guys had in your back pocket going into this war, or is it something that like just last minute you're like, let's try this and see if it works?
Yeah, TomTom did some FCs in the last weeks with the super miners and figured that on some bases it actually works pretty good. Yeah, and he wanted to go for the miners this war. Yeah.
Yeah, it is an incredible job. I was surprised, the Super Miners. I was shocked. I was not ready for it, but I'm sure you guys will have more stuff up your sleeves. I'm curious about the competition from last month to this month. Now the Revenge deck is in play. You're able to use it. How was it? Was this month a lot harder competing than last month as the competition got a lot more fierce? Are you nervous going into September now? What's your thoughts as we progress through the year?
Yeah, so I would say the biggest difference overall was that we didn't know what the other teams were doing with the Revenge deck, as Stage 3 was the first time where it got used in a tournament. Yeah, and then also on defense, if you like our results, we had 9-star defenses in 2 wars, I think, 3 wars maybe. And last month our defenses were better overall, which is due to the new equipment, I would say.
Absolutely. Yeah. The new equipment is tough there. But again, congratulations at winning this one. Do you have any final thoughts, any final words for any of your supporters watching here?
Oh, just shout outs to the German casters. I'm sure they had an awesome stream as well. And thanks for watching to everyone.
Yes. Thank you so much, Alex. And again, congratulations for redeeming your guys' self, going from second to first place. And I'm sure you're going to try to repeat in this September monthly finals. And best of luck to WompWomp Gaming. Can't wait to see you guys hopefully come back in the monthly finals and prove it yet again. So again, huge congratulations at taking first place here. So
Thank you, Kevin.
you're welcome. Awesome. Well, Shock, what a monthly finals we had here. WompWomp Gaming getting sent down to the low bracket at the very start and then coming all the way back. But Shock, there is one final thing that we have here. What is it?
We've got one last reward for everybody watching, and it is a build or buy it. All you've got to do is scan this QR code or take a screenshot and scan it from your photo in your phone. This reward lasts for 5 minutes, so make sure you claim it now and speed up those builders in your base. And then we are also going to provide links for the winners' bases that they used after this reward goes off.
Yes, the winner's bases. If you're Town Hall 15, you can get access to those right now when they pop it up onto the screen. There will be a link in the chat as well to this builder bite, so make sure you go ahead and click the link once it gets posted. So there we go. I think the links are being posted right now to help you make it a little bit more efficient to be able to claim it. But again, you only have 5 minutes to claim this reward, so do it now. Hurry up, grab that one there, and then of course you'll be able to take a screenshot and claim the bases if you're 10 or 15 and apply those bases there. So it's been an incredible run, an incredible day here of attacks, and seeing a big handful of different attacks that came through has been very impressive of what they've been able to pull off. And there it is, each one of the base links, the champion bases. Grab that screenshot so you can go ahead and copy it yourselves.
Yeah, these are bases that you're definitely going to want to use because the second best team this month did not triple a single one of these bases. So they're obviously very good. A lot of testing and work has gone into building each of these bases. And yeah, so congrats again to WompWomp. Hopefully you guys can put these bases to use in your ranked matches or in wars. And I'm sure that you'll be successful with them.
I'm sure indeed. Maybe we can do one final time, show a little recap of the teams that do have the golden tickets so that we all can see that we only have just a few more golden tickets left here. And there it is. July, we've given it to Cruax, WompWomp. WompWomp won it this year, or this one right here. So they don't need it in August. They just won the prize money. So then August, we gave the gold tickets to Dead Division and then Reaper X GBS. And then the Chinese golden ticket was given to One Star Esports over there, and only 3 remaining. 2 for September, which will be next month, and then the last one in the last chance qualifier. So there's a few more opportunities, Shock, here, but it is starting to be slid. You have to do your best next month to get some points. If you don't get it then you're going to have to try in the LCQ.
Yeah, there are a couple of very good teams that didn't quite make it this month, and there's only 2 more chances for them to win a golden ticket next month and then the last chance qualifier. So if there was a chance to lock in or a time to lock in, that time is now. You need to prepare between now and the next month so that you are ready and can win. And keep in mind, teams that have already won a golden ticket cannot win another one, so it will be given to the next best team. So there will be chances, so don't feel disheartened if you're one of those teams that hasn't won one yet. You definitely have your chance going forward into the future.
Yeah, you always have the opportunity, so make sure you sign up right now with your team of 3 to try to compete and have a shot at trying to win a golden ticket. Because if you make it to the next monthly finals, and if these teams that already have golden tickets make it as well, your chances of getting a golden ticket really increase, because it will only go to the highest remaining team that finishes in that given monthly finals. And there will be 2 actually that get given in the next monthly final of September. But that is going to be wrapping it up here today for us. So hopefully you all enjoyed this one. An incredible performance here from WompWomp Gaming. What an incredible run through the lower bracket. Shock, is there any final words you have before we wrap this up?
Yeah, I can't believe how good the matches were today. We saw some awesome attacks from everybody. Again, another congratulations to WompWomp Gaming. And thank you to everybody who watched and chatted and liked and shared the stream. We appreciate your support.
Absolutely. It was incredible. And if you guys enjoyed this, Guess what? Well, tomorrow, Town Hall 18 is going to be kicking off. It's going to be 2 days of competition where we will be giving away another golden ticket to the World Final. So don't miss that. Make sure you tune in to the exact same channels that you see here today. Well, it will be Town Hall 18, where the top 8 teams will be competing tomorrow and on Sunday. But it was a pleasure to bring you Town Hall 15 as we will continue throughout the rest of September and going into the rest of this year. It's been an absolute honor of mine. Thank you so much for everyone watching, production, all the players, and all of you at home. I can't wait to see what comes next. But till then, clash on.